Shots right now at Dave Portnoy. He was a part of Barstool too. AJ Hawk. Go down the list. Bussin' with the Boys announced earlier. They're going to be a part of Get Up on Saturday mornings on ESPN. Well, they got their start as a partner with Barstool Sports. So ESPN, who once tried to start a Barstool Sports show. And immediately pulled the plug because they made a joke about Sam Ponder's kid. It was one episode, and then they pulled the plug on it for that reason. They've always been trying to attract this younger audience and younger demo with everything that they do. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of a delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about Crimpets. Oh, yeah, I love Crimpets. A uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from the house, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Buying a home is a big and expensive decision, so of course many house hunters need to sleep on it, but some are also asking to sleep in the homes they'd like to buy. An LA-based realtor tells the Wall Street Journal you can test drive a car, so why not test drive a home? Cracker Barrel, the restaurant chain, has removed Pride and DEI pages from its official website. A spokesperson for the company says it recently removed out-of-date content from the site. The website change had largely gone under the radar, as most critics' attention was on pushing the restaurant chain to revert back to its original logo, featuring Uncle Herschel sitting in a rocking chair. And Raising Cane is opening more new restaurants next month. The restaurant specializes in chicken fingers, has a goal of 1,000 locations by the end of the year. Company tells Fox Business it has a focus on opening stores near major universities. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
What is a number story?
My number story started with fear and a lack of support, and it has led me to be there for others.
A number story begins in our childhood with ACEs, adverse childhood experiences.
My number story begins with the separation from my father and the emotional abandonment from my mother, and leads to me being a role model to not only myself, but those around me by becoming the person that wasn't there for me.
ACEs are so common, 2/3 of us have one.
My number story begins with drug abuse and homelessness, and leads to realizing that I can live life by my own standards.
A study found the more ACEs, the more likely we may experience a host of serious health effects, physical and mental. But that doesn't need to be the case. Your ACE number is simply an entry point to your own story. Where it leads is up to you.
My number story begins with years of emotional abuse and leads to peace, clarity, and security in my self-worth.
Take control of where your number story leads at numberstory.org.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Every day, Mark fights retinitis pigmentosa, a blinding retinal disease. But even while his vision is taken, his family gives him hope. Because whether he's helping run their business or enjoying time at home with his wife and sons, Mark knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding diseases. providing real hope to those fighting vision loss. And our nationwide community of local chapters provides networking and support for people with vision loss, as well as their loved ones. Because the best way to fight against blinding diseases is to fight together. And for Mark, winning the fight against vision loss means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Learn more about how you can help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
This year, over 50,000 law enforcement officers have been assaulted while on duty. A vast number of these attacks were filmed and uploaded to social media in the pursuit of likes and attention.
What they want to do is film you instead of like, what can I do to help this officer?
Together, we can change this disturbing trend.
If that individual would have hit the right spot, it could have been it for me. Last time I would have saw my wife, my kids.
I'm Mike Solon. Law enforcement officers need your support. If you see an officer under attack, then follow these simple steps in order to help. 1. Call 911 and give the officer's exact location. 2. Ask the officer if you can assist. If the officer accepts, then do whatever you can do to safely help. 3. If the officer declines, then start filming and be a good witness. It's time to stop filming and start helping.
It's an NL East showdown you won't want to miss when the Mets are in town from Monday, September 8th through Thursday, September 11th. Secure your seats now at Phillies.com. Join us for Nemours Children's Health Childhood Cancer Awareness Night on Saturday, September 13th at 6:05 when the Phils take on the Royals and kids 14 and under receive a bucket hat. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
The life of every child is precious beyond measure. If you care for a child with a disability and have limited income and resources, help is available. Children with a physical or mental disability or who are blind may qualify for monthly cash payments through the Supplemental Security Income Program, or SSI. The program provides help to meet basic needs for food, clothing, or a place to live, and disability-related needs. It's money that can make a meaningful difference. If you're the parent or caregiver of a child or teenager you think may be eligible, call Social Security at 1-800-772-1213 or visit ssa.gov/SSIkids to learn how to apply today. That's ssa.gov/SSIkids. It's real help for the children. Message produced by Social Security at U.S. taxpayer expense.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And we have liftoff here on this first day of September. Happy Labor Day. September 1st, 2025. It is 6:02 in the morning out there on the East Coast. I'm here in the great state of Tennessee. Phil and Jim out there holding it down in the city of brotherly love, which seems to have settled down a little bit. I guess the Phillies have gotten their act together just a little bit. A couple days ago, it looked like the new international choking sign was going to be the Phillies logo, but for now, the NL East looks a little better. Football season is on the horizon. For Phil and I, it's not necessarily a good thing. Our football season is generally 4 weeks long. We'll see how long it goes this year. College football started. NASCAR playoffs, that's, guilty pleasure, started last night. And the rumors were swirling over the weekend thanks to the radical left. I don't even know where this came from, that Donald Trump died. So I don't know. We have so much to talk about. These death rumors. I had a lot of fun with them. For those of you who follow me on X, you will have seen the total unglued, unhinged nature of many of social media's rabid leftists rooting for the death of the President of the United States. Not very nice people, I have to say that. Really nasty people. For those of you who don't know, Sean Ferris will be here filling in for the next 4 hours up until 10 a.m. on 1210 WPHT on this Labor Day. Trump's death rumors. I want to revisit. We're going to revisit the topic of gun-free zones. We talked about it a lot last week in this with the school shooting story. And as much as I don't love the heavy nature of that story, I do think there is a conversation to be had, and honestly, a conversation to be had on both sides of the issue. And that is going to be really where we start today. We'll get those. We'll get that type of story out of the way first. But this story, this idea about gun-free zones. You know, on Monday morning, I was streaming on my show on LFA TV on Rumble, and I didn't anticipate it. We usually do calls on Fridays after the second half of the show, and I didn't anticipate how much interest this story was going to get, or this topic was going to get. So many people wanted to chime in, and so we'll do the same thing this morning. And you know, we'll get to it in just a moment. But this idea of gun-free zones, schools being gun-free zones, and the evidence that we got that the shooter himself in Minneapolis preferred gun-free zones. You know, one of the things that I've said for a while, you know, despite, you know, and I've been on both sides of this issue. A couple years ago, I kind of felt like, oh, do you really need armed security patrolling a school? You know, is it going to feel like a jail? Is it going to give off the wrong vibes? Your school is supposed to be enriching, and you're not supposed to have this, you know, doom and gloom kind of looming feeling. And then the more I thought about it, I was like, well, it doesn't have to be what a school feels like just because there's armed security. I mean, I don't feel that way when I go to, let's say, a bank or an airport. You know, when I see an armed security guard, I'm not like, oh, wow, this is a depressing place. Right? So, you know, and I guess the question that many people have asked over the course of the last couple of years with regards to the safety of our schools is like, well, you know, we secure banks more than we secure schools. Does that mean our money is more important than children? Right? So I've been on both sides of the debate. At one point, I thought that, you know, maybe it was unnecessary, right, to have an armed guard. I don't think that anymore. You know, my wife went to a school in Tallahassee. Her high school had an armed guard. He was the kid's best friend. Everybody knew he was keeping the place safe. Everybody, you know, grew to have respect for law enforcement and security and authority in that school. My school did not have an armed guard. Now, we also had no school shootings. We had a ton of bomb threats in my senior year, but no school shootings in our school, thankfully. But this idea of having armed security, I've been on both sides of this issue, and now I am now firmly on the side of having armed security in these schools, because as I've said for a number of years, if there's one thing that criminals don't care about, so think of the term criminals, right? Think of the term. What is unique about that term? What is the root word of the term criminal? The root word is crime, right? Crime, aka breaking the law, right? So if a criminal is a person who breaks the law, and I'm not talking about criminal by technicality, right? Jaywalking, taking the tag off of a mattress, etc., etc. I mean, we're talking about crimes, violent crimes. School shooting, that's a violent crime. Assault, that's a violent crime. Rape, that's a violent crime. If there are people who are getting ready to commit crimes of that nature, felonies, high-level misdemeanors, these people don't care. And I'm not talking about, white-collar financial crimes, wire fraud, and, things of that nature. Although those things aren't okay, they're not necessarily physically violent by nature, i.e., the person who commits some sort of financial fraud, I wouldn't equate them with a murderer. All right, I wouldn't put them on the same plane. Now, a murderer, a rapist, someone who is a stalker, as someone who's been assaulting people, a burglar, and etc., a terrorist, whatever you want to call, those people have such little disregard for the law that it doesn't matter what laws are in place to curb their behavior or to deter their criminal actions. They already don't care because they're criminals. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like, why have laws in the first place if criminals are just going to break them? Because you're going to have criminals in any society. It's never going to be a perfect, world. That's not going to happen. But the idea has been to legislate away gun violence by taking guns out of society. Well, go back to the root word of criminal. It's crime. A criminal is not going to, a violent criminal or prospective violent criminal is not going to hear, oh, wow, there's a ban on AR-15s. I might as well turn mine in. Right? These people are violent criminals. They already disregard the law or have disregarded the law or are planning to disregard the law to a level far beyond the illegal possession of a firearm. You understand what I'm saying here? So, in a gun-free zone, the only people who are abiding by the idea of the quote-unquote gun-free zone is the law-abiding citizen. Now, I know this wasn't the intent of the law and the idea behind making a school or a public place, a park, etc. I know this wasn't the intent. The intent was not to create a soft target. At least I don't believe it was, right? I don't believe all these people, Candace Owens, according to her, it was the Jews, right? All of a sudden they got around the table and they started scheming and laughing and what we're going to do? We're going to make a gun-free zone so the terrorists know where to strike. I don't think that was I don't think that's what happened in the inception, of that idea of a gun-free zone, right? I don't think that's what went on. But that was a side effect. And what I mean by a side effect is we understand it, criminals understand it. When you have a map, right? Put a physical map out in front of you, and you are deranged to a level, and you have to get inside the heads, and that's why we're going to go into this again. You've got to get inside the heads of these people to try and predict what they're going to do. It's like, it's like sports. One is violent, one is a game. I get it, but I'm just trying to provoke this thought process, right? Baseball, right? Philly's a baseball town right now. The Philadelphia Phillies are doing pretty well. They're on the top of the NL East. I think they just had a good series against the Atlanta Braves. When Kyle Schwarber, who's a monster, by the way, is at the plate and he's staring down, he's staring down the pitcher. He's digging in the batter's box. He's trying to predict, okay, if I was this guy, what pitch would I throw? So that he can better predict what's coming so he can react more accurately, right? Put that ball over the wall in that very small little league bandbox of a stadium that you've got in Philadelphia, but nonetheless, the wall is the wall. As you can tell, I'm just being a Richard this morning, but the point of the matter is getting inside the mind of your opponent. In this case, our opponent is the violent criminal. Get inside their mind. Try and figure out what they're going to do next, so that if you can reasonably come to some sort of conclusion regarding what they're going to do next, you can maybe prevent it. You can be proactive instead of reactive. If we're getting inside the mind of this potential killer, if you're getting inside the mind of this potential mass murderer, and they're going to commit an act of violence with a firearm, and you're trying to figure out where they're going to go, and you have that map on your table, right? And you see all of these gun-free zones, and you're inside the mind of that prospective shooter, and you're saying, oh my goodness, there's no guns here. There's no good guys with guns here. There's no good guys with guns there. Those are the places that are the most attractive to somebody like that. Because the only people, other than police officers, that are carrying firearms are criminals. You're not going to get the good guy with a gun who's going to stand up and stop any attack in its tracks, because there are far less of them in those types of spots. As horrible as Minneapolis was, the fact that two beautiful children, 8 years old and 10 years old respectively, their lives were taken far too early. Do not let it be in vain. The shooter and his wild, deranged video manifesto gave us something very important. He told us that he targeted gun-free zones, and he wasn't the only one. We're going to go into more of what that shooter left us, and why I believe now that putting armed guards and securing our schools is the best way forward and the best way to deter what happened in Minneapolis from happening again. Not because of my opinion anymore, because of what this shooter told us he was looking for. I want to get your thoughts on that. We'll do that after next segment. I'll jump into this story on Breitbart. We talked about it on Friday. I'm going to talk about it again today. I'd love to get your thoughts on that. We'll do it after next segment, because this is a topic that I think a lot of people have a lot of opinions on, and I'm willing to hear. I want to hear all of it. I'm on the side of securing the schools with armed guards, specifically because of what this manifesto said, but I've been on this side of things before that. I'm even more on this side of it after reading this piece of information from the manifesto. We'll get to that and more here on 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish flying solo this morning until 10 o'clock Eastern Time. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kia of CherryHill.com is home to the best Kia inventory in the Philadelphia area. Kia of CherryHill.com is a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles, which come with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Selling your car? We want it. And we'll pay top dollar at Kia of CherryHill.com. Bad credit? No problem. Our goal is 100% credit approval.
Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7, but only at Kia of CherryHill.com.
If your dog makes you itch, it isn't hair. It's CAN F1 and 2. And dust mite flare-ups? That's Derpy 1 and 2. Pathogen sprays go after the allergens themselves. Whisker Block for dog dander, EnviroBlock for dust. Spray surfaces and rooms to neutralize allergens and help cut the sneezing, itching, and fog. Safe for the whole household. Buy Pathogen online at Pathogen.com today. Pathogen.com. Pathogen.com. For a home that finally feels livable.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, Listen up.
Now until September 30th, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back to It Is Kayal and Company. Minus Kayal with some of the company here on this Labor Day. Happy September. I cannot believe it is the first day of September already, and my wife's very happy about it because now I have to stop giving her crap for decorating for fall because it's September. You know, we're 20 days away from the official start of fall. It's starting to get cool out. Got a little Oasis playing right now.
Yes,
Bill Umquist was at their concert, MetLife Stadium, probably the most entertaining thing that's going to be in that building all year. Between the Jets and the Giants, who knows? I had no idea that Oasis was still touring, which is pretty kind of cool. You know, to me, and I gotta I'll go on this tangent. I went on a bit of a '90s kick, like a few weeks ago, maybe a month or so ago. Like I was listening to like The Offspring, Everclear, you know? Music's just not the same anymore. It's kind of annoying. I miss it. But anyway, we're getting into this gun-free zone talk, and I really want to focus on this because I think it's a fascinating conversation to have. Not necessarily a conversation that I want to have. In a perfect world, school shootings wouldn't be a thing. But this world is far from perfect, unfortunately. And they are a thing. I don't want them to be. But the fact of the matter is they are, and we have to find the best ways to deter people from committing these heinous acts of violence. It's terrorism, call it what it is. I think violence is sugarcoating it. It's terrorism, right? I think we need to find ways, whether it's creative or straightforward ways, to deter this in the future. And I know, and I used to be on the side of a lot of those who say, I don't want my children going to school with the armed guards and it's going to feel like a jail. And I used to hear that, and it made sense. I wouldn't want to be like, I thought back to when I was in high school, what am I, 34? So, gosh, good luck doing that math. What is that, 16 years ago? 17 years ago. I mean, would I have wanted to go to school with seeing armed guards patrolling it like it's a prison? No, but that's not. I don't think that's what it would look like, right? It's not going to be like a building with barbed wire surrounding the school and snipers on the roof and a guy with a huge rifle perched in a watchtower outside the school, right? Like that might be the imagery that you're thinking of when you say armed guards, right? That might be the first thing that you think of, prison guards, but that's not necessarily what it would look like. I don't think it's what it would look like at all. Nor would I want that to be what it looks like. You would need a team, I believe, a team of preferably males, okay? With firearms, but you don't need them with giant rifles. They could be concealed. And as long as the surrounding area, right? I mean, whether it's the residents who live around the schools or just through various press releases and media attention, as long as people know that building is secured by a team of security guards with firearms, I think a lot of people who were thinking of breaching that building, breaching that property to commit an act of terror with whatever, arsenal and firearms that they may have would be deterred from doing so. And that's just me, trying to use this, trying to reason through it and say, okay, if I was going to go to a place, if I put myself in the head of the criminal, if I was going to go and think about committing an act of violence, would I go to a place that has, armed protection, or would I go to a place that doesn't have armed protection? And obviously, you choose the path of least resistance in that case. Logic would dictate that those who are ready to commit, an act of terror using firearms would not do so in a place that has armed security. Well, this shooter in Minneapolis, this transgender radical, left wing, just radical, but I would say probably left, with the kill Donald Trump and the anti-Israel sentiments there and all that. Free Palestine in his manifesto, although there are a number of people on the so-called right, I call them the woke right, because they espouse the exact same talking points. I mean, you even had Mexican Harry Sisson, Nick Fuentes, saying that, he thought Donald Trump was dead. And that this is a Biden 2.0, in terms of the president's not there. Donald Trump removes himself from the public eye for 2 days. And everyone's like, is he dead? That's how hard this guy's actually working. Just, on a side note. But this manifesto and the materials that were left behind by the Minneapolis shooter gives us a very interesting glimpse inside of the mindset. And that's why these types of things are important. A very interesting glimpse inside of the mindset of how he thinks and how his predecessors, the people he was inspired by to commit this act of terror at the Annunciation School in Minneapolis, how they were thinking. This is based on a report from the Crime Prevention Research Center, which was issued last Wednesday, which highlighted the Minneapolis shooter's desire to follow in the footsteps of other mass shooters like the Aurora, Colorado movie theater shooter and the Sandy Hook shooter. I'm going to try not to use the names of these people. I don't like doing that. That's what they want. That's why they did it. They wanted attention. We're going to try not to give them that attention here. So if I do, I apologize. The Aurora shooter in Colorado on July 20th, 2012, and the Sandy Hook shooter who took the lives of 28 people, including himself, so we'll just say 27, injured 2 others in December of 2012, where apparently, they inspired this guy in Minneapolis. The CPRC, Crime Prevention Research Center, used its report to demonstrate that the trans attacker who allegedly shot and killed 2 children at the Annunciation Catholic School and wounded many others wanted gun-free victims, just like the Aurora shooter and the Sandy Hook, Newtown, Connecticut shooter. A portion of the manifesto, which was written in Russian, was translated and says the following, quote, I recently heard a rumor that the Aurora shooter may have chosen venues that were gun-free zones. I would probably aim the same way. The Aurora shooter wanted to make sure his victims would be unarmed. That is why I and many others like schools so much. At least for me, I am focused on them. Newtown shooter, Sandy Hook, is my reason. On the same page of the manifesto, which he noted his focus on attacking schools, because they're typically gun-free, the trans shooter admitted that localities and facilities with security are unattractive targets. Quote, I understand that high security places like prisons or airports are different. In 2018, the Crime Prevention and Research Center released a study showing that a staggering 97.8% of mass shootings that occurred over a 68-year period were carried out in so-called gun-free zones. That is nearly perfection, folks. That is nearly 100. That is nearly every mass shooting in the last nearly 70 years was carried out in a place that would be referred to and categorized as a gun-free zone. My question is, why are we making this so freaking easy? Why are we making this so freaking easy? The shooter tells you himself, places with high security are unattractive targets. Why then would we not want to make a school a place with high security and therefore an unattractive target? That's my argument. If the criminal is telling you, hey, here's what I'm looking for, why would we not want to take the school off the board as something that he's looking for? He says the reason why he wanted to attack a school is because they're typically gun-free. Secure the damn schools. Your children are more important than your money. We've secured banks with higher securities than schools. We could do both. I know a bunch of law enforcement, veterans, etc., who would do this work for free. I'm not suggesting that they work for free. I'm saying that there are people that would at the drop of a hat get up and do this and defend these places and protect these children to make sure that this didn't happen again. And all it would take in many cases is knowing that ain't a gun-free zone anymore. There's armed security and they're moving on to a different target. As a matter of fact, here in Tennessee, the Covenant shooter chose that school and not one of the locations across the street from the Covenant Catholic School in Nashville, because one of the locations across the street was secured with armed security. In my opinion, this is a no-brainer. I want to hear from you about it. If you've got opinions on it, I know a lot of people did. 855-839-1210. Parents, ex-law enforcement, veterans, whoever. How do you feel about securing schools with armed security, knowing that these shooters are looking for soft targets, knowing that these shooters are looking for these places that are not secure? If high security targets are unattractive locations to commit a mass shooting, then I say we make the schools an unattractive target for people to commit mass shootings by securing them with armed security. I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to hear from you when we get back. 855-839-1210. You're listening to Sean Farish here, filling in for Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We will be right back with more after this on this topic. Excited to hear from you. If you've got some opinions, stick right here. We'll be right back.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. Ins 9/13. Select models only.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe hard work should be rewarded. And this Labor Day, we're rewarding you. As a family-owned company, proudly American-made and tariff-proof, we've built a reputation for delivering high-quality kitchen and bath remodels for over 45 years. Now, for the entire month of September, enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. It's the perfect time to bring your dream remodel to life with trusted craftsmanship and unbeatable savings. Don't wait. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back here, 1210 WPHT. We're talking about a very important issue and a perfect song to come back from one of the best. I think it's one of the best from The Offspring. Was that the kids aren't all right? If there's one thing about them before they went kind of COVID crazy, they had their finger on the pulse of a lot of what was wrong with society. And that Americana album really diagnosed a lot of the ills that were afflicting American society. This song in particular is just phenomenal. Yeah, listen. How can one little street swallow so many lives, right? Unbelievable. They were on it. Love these guys. And they're a great live act, by the way, and they have been for years. We're talking about armed guards protecting schools. And the fact that, the Crime Prevention Research Center in 2018 mentioned that nearly 100%, 97.8% of mass shootings that occurred over the last 7 decades were carried out in gun-free zones. The shooter, the Minneapolis trans shooter who took the lives of 2 children at the Annunciation Catholic School, mentioned that he looks for gun-free zones, said that high security places are unattractive. And, that to me says, okay, well, we want to prevent school shootings. Why don't we make the schools unattractive? I put out that call to action for folks to call in and give me their opinion. We got a couple of callers waiting. I want to start with David in South Carolina, a regular caller and participant in our YouTube chat. So let's go to David in South Carolina. What's up, David?
Hey, Sean. Great topic. Unfortunately, a needed topic.
Yeah.
I've got a wife who teaches elementary school, and I got twins that are in middle school now. So this is very near dear to my heart. And
cool.
One thing is every school in South Carolina has an SRO. Every school has an officer at schools. Some actually have multiples based on the population size and whatnot. That's important because these bums that do this, they know they're not going home because they largely kill themselves, right? So,
right.
But the thing is, they want to get in, get their job done, and then they know they're not going home at the end of the day. But if they know, hey, I'm not even going to get off a shot, but I'm going out, I'm going to be deaded, then they're less likely to do it.
Yep.
I'm actually a big fan. Now, my wife would not be a candidate for this. I wouldn't want her to be because she's not competent in it. But I'm actually a big fan for teachers being armed. As long as the teacher shows they're competent and they know how to handle the weapon, they know how to secure it from students in the school and whatnot. You cover all those bases. I'm a big fan of that because, again, that's even more places in the school that you could be taken out if you're trying to go in and do this stuff. And also harden all the targets. The school my twins went to for 2nd through 4th grade, the playground was at the intersection of 2 residential streets. Anyone driving by could have knocked off a couple shots, kept going. They would have never been caught. And every time I saw that, I was just like, my God, you guys are just asking for trouble here. There's got to be things when you design a school, design them with this in mind now. Every school being built now, one of the key things you need to think of is prevent this kind of crap from going on. Put the playground in the middle of the school or something. Make the hallways much bigger, much wider, so everyone can see what's going through the hallways. Things that can be done, automatic locks. And I'll tell you another thing. Every school they've been in, and they've been in like 4 schools now, my twins, is you go first, you have to be buzzed in the first door. There's a camera watching you to see who you are. They buzz you in there. Then there's still another doorway you got to go through. Make it as impossible, as you can, not just one single door to get in. And, they're just trying to get off a few shots. They're not sitting there trying to maximize. They're just trying to get off what they can get off, knowing they're going to go out, being taken out. But absolutely, anything that can be done needs to be done. To me, anything's on the table. Anything's on the table. I don't want to hear, oh, my taxes might go up a couple $100 a year. Well, are the kids and teachers worth it? I think so.
I think so. And, and you mentioned an SRO and the school resource officer. You mentioned your wife's a teacher and, she may not be a competent or a candidate for, carrying in schools because she's not competent with a firearm. That's fine. Here in Tennessee, they actually just put this in place and it's up to each individual county. But they are going to allow teachers to carry in school, but they have to go through training. There's evaluations, competence, there are metrics that need to be met, criteria that need to be met. And it's up to the individual county. But again, you mentioned these shooters that are going to these schools, they're not going in there to hang out and find a densely populated. They're going in there to quick, right? You mentioned get a few shots off, do what they can, and then they take a cowardly way out, right? But they're not even going to be able to get in. That's the point. They're not even going to be able to get in. Absolutely. And they know that going in, if there's ex-military, ex-law enforcement, current law enforcement, or whomever, somebody who is trained with that firearm outside that building, they know they're not even getting in. They're not even, most likely not even trying at all at that location.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. This Minneapolis shooter said high security places are unattractive targets. Okay.
Yes.
Literally. I mean, so why would we not want to make the schools an unattractive target? That's my question. And I understand. Yeah. You mentioned there are people who say my tax dollars. There are people who say, oh, the optics, but the optics, it's either a little less good, like slightly worse optics, or your child potentially loses their life, right?
Exactly. Yep, it's worth it to me.
Well, thank you,
Thanks,
David.
John.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it. And you hear him. Wife's a teacher, twins in school. I don't see. I don't want to say I don't see. I do see the other side of the argument. I see it. I hear it. I understand it. But I feel like the security of the school and of the children is more important than the optics or the cost. Okay? And I think that's where most people are now. Not everybody, but I feel like that's where most people are now. Especially in this day and age. One shooting happens, it becomes a copycat thing. It becomes the dominoes start to fall. And especially with the amount of, I hate to say it, but this trans movement is producing so many violent, mentally ill people who have been radicalized to believe that their way of life is under attack, right? That they're facing some sort of genocide, that they have to fight about. I mean, how many? It's not good. This mental illness is proliferated the American society. It's not good. Another caller here, Bill from Point Pleasant. What's going on, Bill?
Sean, how are you?
I'm good, Bill. How you doing?
Good. I just wanted to touch base on a couple things you were saying. I 1,000% agree with you that we should have armed guards in school. It's to a point now where there's no turning back from this. But I just kind of feel that even if we implement this, I'm not convinced that is going to be the deterrent for these shooters, because a lot of these people, as you see, Sean, they're cowards, and in the end, they take their own life. They want to die.
Right.
They want to die by police. So is the gun-free zone, is that really the deterrent when these people are so mentally twisted? I mean, that's just them going out in a blaze of glory in their own sick, twisted mind.
Sure, but the point that I'm making is, some of them may still try. I think some of them won't, because their goal is to take the lives of children, and it becomes significantly harder to do so when the school is guarded by armed security. So they may still run up and try and do suicide by cop, for lack of a better term, but at least the kids likely aren't going to be in as much danger as if that guard wasn't there, right? So the point of the matter is, there may be still some who try and point their gun at that armed officer, and they get pumped full of freedom seeds, and that's the end of that. But I think the amount of children who they would have access to drops significantly with the presence of that armed guard.
I agree with that. And what about bulletproof glasses going forward? You talked about cost and making schools safer. Let's start putting bulletproof glasses. Like you said, is our banks more safer than our children? They have bulletproof glasses. Let's go forward building schools and churches with bulletproof glasses as an additional deterrent.
Not a bad idea. Bulletproof windows and ways to protect the exterior. Not a bad idea. Yeah, and that's a one-time thing too. It's not like you have to put new ones in every year, right? So, Bill, thank you for the call. Appreciate it, and hope you continue to listen and have a great morning with us. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it. Again, it's 2 for 2. It seems most people, in this case, as we started off, are in favor of this thing. Look, is there going to ever be a perfect solution? The answer is no. Okay, perfect, right? But the goal should always be to get as close to perfect as possible. And my point throughout this whole argument And this whole discussion, I say argument has a negative connotation. My whole point throughout this entire discussion is that when you have the criminal writing in his personal journal, manifesto, etc., telling us, right, here's what I'm looking for when I'm planning my attack. Okay? Right? It's like a baseball player in the box saying, I want a fastball, lower inside corner of the plate. Well, if you're the pitcher and you know the hitter wants a fastball down and in, you're not throwing him a fastball down and in. That's my point. They're telling you what they want. These shooters are telling you what they're looking for. Don't give it to them. They want the gun-free zone. They want the soft target. They want the easy access. Don't give it to them. Right now, in a lot of our schools, we're giving it to them. They want that. Don't give them what they want. 855-839-1210. Would love to hear more from you. Thank you to David. Thank you to Bill. Hopefully we hear from some more of you on this topic. This is I think it's an engaging topic and the conversation that unfortunately we have to have, but I think it's a great time to have it. You're listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company. We'll wrap up hour one. Cut sheet next hour. When we come back, don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
At Tax Relief Advocates, we get it. Thinking about back taxes to the IRS can be very unsettling. Don't lose hope. With thousands of 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, TRA is resolving taxpayers' delinquent tax problems nationwide once and for all. We could significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe the IRS. If you haven't filed your taxes in years or are already facing collections, we can help. We aren't just some run-of-the-mill tax service company. We specialize in helping individuals and businesses with $10,000, $50,000, or even $500,000 in back taxes get speedy resolution. And in many cases, only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. The IRS isn't going anywhere, and neither is your tax problem. To see what tax relief you qualify for, visit TRA.com or call 800-335-8578. 800-335-8578. Again, that's 800-335-8578. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back as we wrap up hour one here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish with you, filling in for all of Kayal and Company today up until 10 o'clock Eastern Time on the greatest radio station in America, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Great conversation on this topic of armed guards securing our schools. And I guess the point that I'm trying to make, and I guess is being made here, is when you have a potential terrorist, mass shooter, however you'd like to refer to the individual, and you know what they're looking for, you can't give them what they're looking for. This is not a steakhouse. You're not asking, a potential shooter, hey, how do you want your meal cooked? How do you, what do you want us to deliver on a silver platter and then deliver it? No, you have to go for the exact opposite of that. When you have the Crime Prevention Research Center saying that 97.8% of mass shootings occurred over a 68-year period in gun-free zones, nearly all mass shootings are being carried out in gun-free zones. That is, I mean, if that's not a massive red alert, like alarm going off saying, okay, wow, so almost every mass shooting has taken place in an area where there are no quote-unquote good guys with guns, perhaps we need less of those areas. I made the comparison in baseball. You know that a hitter wants the ball low and in, you're throwing up and away, right? Remember the games? This is a throwback. EA Sports MVP Baseball 2005. It was like one of the first like PlayStation baseball games with the hot and cold zones where they divided the strike zone into 9 boxes. And they had a scouting report on each hitter, right? This is the whole idea of a scouting report in baseball. You learn the hitter. You know what they're looking for. And as a pitcher, you never give the hitter intentionally. Will you make a mistake? Yeah. But you never give the hitter intentionally what he's looking for. If you're in the Phillies, you got Pete Alonso at the plate. Second and third, 1 out. And he likes the ball in a certain place, you're not going to intentionally throw it there. Why would you give these people what they're looking for? And we know this is what they're looking for because they're telling us they're looking for the gun-free zone. They're telling us they're looking for the absence of security. They're telling us they're looking for that soft target. Don't give it to them. I know there are folks who believe and who say, oh, but now there's armed guards in the school. It's going to feel like a jail. It's going to feel like, an army camp. It's going to feel like this. It's going to feel like that. But isn't it better? Isn't it better to know that there's at least security where your children are spending 8 hours of their lives every day? And again, just because there are people with firearms protecting a location doesn't mean that it has to look like a penitentiary. There's not going to be watchtowers. There's not going to be barbed wire on the fences. It's not going to look like a jail. Like I said, my wife went to school in Tallahassee. She went to school. There was an armed guard at that school. His name was Deputy Peters. She tells me the story all the time, and everybody loved him. And what it does in this case, the kids see this guy, he becomes friendly with them. They know he's armed, but he's not brandishing the weapon. He's not waving it around. It's not the Wild West, This isn't, Yosemite Sam. It's not, no. But they know he's got one. They respect his authority. Whoever it may be who's protecting these schools, maybe it's a team of them. And it gives the children, who obviously they see it on social media, they hear about it in the news, they know that, unfortunately, in the world we live in, school shootings at this point are a thing. Right? But they see these guys who are in their schools, who are protecting them, law enforcement, military, and what does that do for these kids? Well, it gives them a positive feeling about people who otherwise have been demonized by specifically the left, the mainstream media, right? The cop, the anti-police movement, the this whole idea that, veterans, military, war. I don't love war, but I love our military, men and women who are signing on the dotted line to protect and defend our country. overseas, here in the country, wherever they may be serving. It gives these kids, knowing that those people are specifically tasked with protecting them from some deranged lunatic who's trying to storm the building and kill them or their classmates. It gives them this feeling that, hey, this officer, this guy with a badge, this guy with a gun, etc., law enforcement, military, ex-military, whoever it may be, these are good people. These are your friends. So you get a respect for authority. You get a safe place to go to school every day. You get that good relationship with the police, the military. I mean, I don't see the negative here. The only real negative that I see here potentially is if, and I don't even want to say it, but if one of these armed guards has bad intentions. And there have got to be very stringent checks and tests and et cetera that goes into play when it comes to selecting who it is going to protect these schools. But it's not going to be, that scene from The Wizard of Oz where you have those guards marching around the witch's castle. It's not going to be, you're not going to have people goose stepping outside the building. The gun's not even going to be on display. Having the armed security there, and those school districts that do it have to publicize it, have to celebrate it. We are protected by armed security. You want everybody to know. You want everybody to know. Because that right there is a deterrent. Nearly 100%, 97.8% of mass shootings over a 70-year period, 68 years, were carried out in gun-free zones. It is time to take schools out of that category. Now, it's not saying I want kids to walk around with guns. No. Armed guards securing the schools. All right, hour one is in the books. We'll come back with hour two cut sheet at 7:45. Don't go anywhere. Sean Farish carrying you all the way till 10 o'clock Eastern Time. We are live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, and we will be back right after this.
Hi, it's Tom Giordano, and it's time for the Rescue Natural Supplements Labor Day sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 75% off. Enjoy free shipping, too. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break. Celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and a lot more. Just call today, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online, res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day with 25 to 75% off. Again, all Rescue products are slashed up to 75% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com to get this Labor Day deal today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about Crimpets, a uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from home, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Here's a few questions for you. From California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back, Hour 2 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and company. All the way up until 10 a.m. Eastern time, of course. 9 a.m. for me, so I get that hour back. Soon as this is over, 9 a.m., there's, potential Waffle House run in the cards. There's potential, a lot of stuff that can still be done here in the great state of Tennessee, in the wonderful Central Time Zone. All right. We got through that heavy topic, right, of school shootings. I don't want to spend all morning on it, so we're going to start to move away from it. Of course, if you want to chime in on, your opinion on whether or not schools should have armed security, 855-839-1210, or whatever's on your mind. Because I'm gonna pivot to something kind of funny. I've been making light of this the last couple of days. Those of you who follow me on X, which I tend to treat as my personal playground at times, you would have seen some wild rumors that started to take hold and take root over the weekend. Which, guys, I never want to hear the words conspiracy theorist come out of the mouths of leftists again. These are some of the most ardent conspiracy theorists in the history of humanity. And they're miserable people, by the way. Absolutely miserable people. And they are very fun to troll. But let me go quickly down the list. It's just three things, okay? Just three things that the left has, that the left believes wholeheartedly. I mean, they are all in on these conspiracy theories. Number one, Donald Trump colluded with Russia, right? Russia. Donald Trump colluded with Russia to win the 2016 election. Never happened. Never happened. Okay? Christopher Steele, the quote-unquote source of the dossier, was offered $1 million to corroborate and verify his own work. Couldn't do it. Not even for $1 million. Couldn't do it. But the left believes that Donald Trump worked with Vladimir Putin, right? Vladimir Putin, when he gets on my nerves, we call him Vladimir Poo-Poo, right? He doesn't like that. He doesn't like that, but we're going to start to call him that. If he starts being a bad guy, we're going to call him, excuse me, Vladimir Poo-Poo, what are you doing? I talked to Poo-Poo yesterday. Horrible. Doing very bad things in Ukraine. Donald Trump did not collude with Russia to win the 2016 election. The left believes that he did. Like, there's a lot of people who you'll encounter on social media, and they'll be like, he's Putin's puppet. He's illegitimate. 2016 stole the elections. Like, oh, excuse me, are you being an election denier right now? I don't know. Don't think you're supposed to do that. It's a felony, according to the Biden DOJ. All right. Conspiracy theory number 2. Donald Trump was not shot at the Butler rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Despite video evidence of him being shot, Donald Trump was not shot. That's number 2. Oh, it was a staged thing. How disrespectful to the family of Corey Comparator. But there are people, the anniversary of July 13th, I put the picture up, the fight picture. They're like, oh, he wasn't even shot at Butler. He was never shot, I'm like, holy cow. Like, you have video evidence of it happening. And they're like, no, it didn't actually happen. Okay. By the way, I think it was 2 weeks after that, Donald Trump appeared, or a week after that, 10 days or so, Donald Trump appeared here in Tennessee at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, where I got a chance to meet and take a picture with him, with a friend of mine. We worked on one of the on a crypto project together. And I intentionally stood on Donald Trump's right side because I had to take a peek at the ear. And it was a little red, a little scarring. I had to see it for myself. But, it looked good. Plastic surgeon did a good job. So that's conspiracy theory number 2. Trump colluded with Russia in 2016. Conspiracy theory number 1. Trump was not shot at the Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt July 13th, 2024. That's conspiracy theory number 2. Conspiracy theory number 3, which just, it took hold. It took hold. This just shows you how much Trump is actually working, in contrast to the last guy we had, right? Joe Biden, who would disappear for days on end routinely, right? He would call a lid at 3 p.m. The guy was falling all over himself, babbling about ice cream. You see his pupils start to dilate. He was drunk at a brewery. He sounded like it. Oh, thanks for the Great Lakes, right? Oh, the Brewbeard here is shaking hands with the air, wandering off screen, walking away from people. Rumors about, did he drop a deuce at the Vatican? All these things. Okay, you had this guy, Joe Biden, who was probably as close to his expiration date as any president in United States history, maybe since FDR, who died in office. There was never, he's sharp as a tack. Remember, he's sharp as a tack. Oh, that bad debate performance. Karine Jean-Pierre tried to clean that up by saying it was jet lag and a cold. Well, apparently, because Donald Trump, wasn't in public and didn't come out and didn't show himself for a day or two, they believed that he was dead. They believed that he was not alive, despite the fact that we had pictures of him alive. Getty Images put one up a couple of days ago, August 30th. He was out there, playing golf with his granddaughter, getting into the motorcade. Getty's not lying. They took a picture of him. They're like, oh, well, he doesn't look good. Well, okay, who cares? Maybe he looks a little tired. He is the president of the United States, after all. He's got a much harder job than me. He's got a much harder job than you, if you even have a job. But they thought he was dead. They were like, oh, where is he? There must be something going on. It's holiday weekend. Where were you when Joe Biden disappeared for days on end? He was like, well, stop with the conspiracy theory. Joe Biden's not dead. Okay. Well, neither is Donald Trump. But the worst part about this whole Donald Trump death rumor thing is that they're not asking, is Donald Trump dead? They're hoping he's dead. And that to me, whether, look, doesn't matter what side you're on, right? When Joe Biden had his little COVID / whatever disappearance right before he dropped out in the 2024, campaign, July of 2024, and people were like, oh, he's got a serious medical thing. I had said repeatedly to people, and some people yelled at me for saying it, no, who cares? Why does he get your sympathy? Because I don't root for my political opponents to die in order for me to beat them. That's not who I am. That's never who I'm going to be, okay? That's never who I'm going to be. Now, I call it out on both sides. When Joe Biden, when it came down to, him being diagnosed with cancer and hearing that it spread to his bones. And, I said, wow, I feel bad. That's me. You want to say it's soft? Oh, he doesn't deserve your sympathy? Maybe he doesn't. You know what? Maybe he doesn't. But I'm not going to be the person who sees one of my political opponents contract a deadly condition and start celebrating and, popping champagne. That's not me. I think that's the difference between us and them. Now, there were some people on the right who did it, and I said, I don't think that's the right thing to do. And, F you, block you, this, that, whatever. Just fine. That's not the type of company that I want to keep necessarily. I'm not going to sit there and start waxing poetic and acting like all the things that he did, the nasty things that he did, go away just because he got, diagnosed with cancer. But I'm also not sitting there hoping and wishing and praying and crossing my fingers and doing a rain dance that he's going to die. Right? That's just not me. That's what they're doing here. I mean, it was trending on X. People were celebrating. They were like, oh, and when it happens, because, everyone has their expiration date. But when it happens, I'm going to come back and show you how much I'm celebrating. And I just could not imagine being possessed by that much disdain for a single person that every waking minute of every day, I'm hoping for that person to die. I couldn't imagine waking up and living like that. Like that's just a terrible way to go about your life. At least in my opinion. Just being so miserable and so angry at the mere existence of a person. Right? Of a person, the president of your country. Despite what that would do to the country and how destabilizing that would be to the world, you're just like, I want him dead. Deranged. Sick. Just demonic people. To be possessed by that much hate for one person. That could never be me. That can never be me. But these rumors were swirling around. And so, did I have a lot of fun with them? Did I have a lot of fun with those rumors? And so I wrote a little poem. I had to troll the left. I had to troll them pretty good. And so I came up with this yesterday. I came up with it quite quickly. I posted a video all over my social media platforms. A lot of people liked it. Hundreds of thousands of views. Not to toot my own horn, but I happen to think it's pretty good. So we're gonna do the following. We're gonna read this little poem, and then we'll go to break. But this is dedicated to any leftists who are possessed by, enough hate to. I don't even know. You're just possessed by so much hate for one person. So. This one's for all of you, for you leftists who wake up angry every day, who are the most miserable people that humanity has ever produced. And for those of you like me who like to laugh at these people. Violets are blue and roses are red, and the left is throwing fits because I am not dead. And the best way to know that I am truly alive is to watch my big, beautiful tee shot, a majestic 400-yard drive. My health is fantastic. My doctors all cheer. They say, sir, you're incredible. You'll last many more years. All my numbers are tremendous, and I'm feeling first rate. After all, I have to be ready to beat greasy Gavin Newscom in 2028. All their Trump deranged fantasies have gone up in smoke as I chow down on a Big Mac with a fresh Diet Coke. So despite all the lies and the fake news and the chatter, I'm healthy. I'm strong. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So I put that up yesterday. And, the left wasn't very happy about it. It turns out they don't like being mocked. You know what that means? I'm going to do a whole lot of that this week. Donald Trump's not dead. Donald Trump is alive. And, I woke up happy because of it, but there is a large group of people who every morning wake up very upset because the president of their country, the president of the United States, is in fact alive. These rumors that spread, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Going to jump into a little bit more of those rumors when we come back. Jiggly Belly, old Jiggly Belly Pritzker, J.B. Pritzker, it stands for Jiggly Belly, was actually spreading these rumors online. This guy is a joke, a big, fat joke. We'll get to Jiggly Belly when we come back. Cut sheet is on the horizon. We'll have a little fun with that as well. You're listening to Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't go anywhere. As a matter of fact, tell your friends. We're having a good time this morning, and we'll be right back after.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here, and summer is winding down, and so are the days left to take advantage of 0% financing from Piazza Nissan of Ardmore. Only through September 2nd can you purchase a 2025 Nissan Pathfinder, Rogue, or Murano with 0% for 60 months. Their most popular SUV models. If you prefer the power of a V6 engine, consider the 2025 Nissan Frontier truck with 1.9% financing for 60 months. Piazza Nissan of Ardmore is located on Lancaster Pike and online at piazzanissan.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Now until September 30th, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back here, 7:21 Eastern Time. out there for all you guys and gals in the city of brotherly love. We're live on Talk Radio. Long Island came out. Talk. Live on Talk Radio, 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company up till 10 in the morning on this Labor Day. Happy first day of September. Can you believe it? It is September already. And now it is officially, I would say, the start of fall, right? I would say it's, we're 20 days. We're 20 days away from the equinox, the official day, yada, yada. But we're there. It's there. It's been in the 60s overnight here in Tennessee for like the last 7 or 8 days. Great sleeping weather. Starting to feel that crispness in the air. The leaves are changing color. Oktoberfest is out in the supermarket. It is Sam Oktoberfest is the best.
Yeah,
Oktoberfest.
I'd have to agree with you on that one. Sam
Oktoberfest. It's delicious.
Oh, it's great.
Right?
It's great.
I think Phil Almquist would agree as well. Oktoberfest is the best damn beer. The Sam Oktoberfest is so good.
Mm-hmm. Pumpkin spice coffee, it's out there already.
Yeah, Wawa's got that out, right?
Yeah.
I'm seeing it. People rag on me a lot. They're like, "Oh, what are you, a white girl?" I'm like, "Well, maybe in that aspect, I am. I do happen to like the pumpkin spice.
If it's good, it's good. So
you know what? If it's good, it's good. And a lot of the pumpkin spice coffee is good. Donald Trump apparently died over the weekend, and we didn't know about it, according to the left.
Oh, really?
These people just went off the wall. And I did a little trolling on social media. I posted like videos of Trump golfing and acted like it was real. And you're like, "Oh, that's not true now." I'm like, but you guys understand he's not dead though, right? Like, so JB Pritzker, who is a hamburger away from a heart attack, out there in Chicago on Saturday, amplified the debunked false claims. I mean, could you just imagine if Donald Trump started peddling conspiracy theories that Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama or Joe Biden was like not alive? And I have a problem when people on our side were like, "Well, that's not the real Joe Biden. That's a body double." I'm like, I get it. His appearance changed, whatever, and people want to point at the earlobes and the whole thing. And look, was there a body double? There was a body double of everybody. I mean, I know most politicians do actually have a body double to throw off threats, but I was never into like the whole "that's not Joe," like this is a movie set whole thing, like kind of bordering on QAnon type stuff, which I don't have really much tolerance for. But could you just imagine if Donald Trump fed into like, actually posted like that he thought somebody was dead on social media that wasn't dead? Like there was no proof of this guy being dead. It just someone came up with a rumor, said, you know what, Labor Day weekend, slow news cycle. Let me throw this pile of poo at the wall and see if it sticks. And it stuck, because if there's anything that the leftists fantasize and crave the most, it is the demise of Donald Trump, both physically and politically, but more so physically. More so physically. Illinois Governor Jiggly Belly Pritzker, who, if he was to fly Southwest, would definitely have to buy that second seat. That new policy where, like, if you take up 2 seats, you pay for 2 seats. Love it. Love it. Well, that's not fair. Yes, it is. It's absolutely fair. If you take up 2 seats, you got to pay for them. Jiggly Belly Pritzker on Saturday amplified false claims that circulated on social media that Donald Trump had died and the White House was hiding it from the public. I know this is not a joke. Not a joke. It's not a joke, man. It's not a joke. I more think of myself as being as old as I am to fly, man. Pritzker's comments came in response to a Trump post on Truth Social, which is ironic, isn't it? Isn't it ironic? J.B. Pritzker was accusing Donald Trump of being dead while highlighting one of Donald Trump's posts on Truth Social. Okay. Pritzker's comments came in response to a Trump post on Truth Social in which the president called him a, quote, weak and pathetic governor. On X, Pritzker replied, quote, why don't you send everyone proof of life first? Okay. So you have a homicide rate in Chicago that has led the country. I believe it's led the country for quite some time. I don't know. Let's see. Hold on. The homicides, 13 straight years. Chicago has led the United States in homicide. Chicago, obviously, of the not so great state of Illinois, which Jiggly Belly Pritzker is the governor of. So you have a state in which your biggest city is leading the country in homicides for the last nearly decade and a half, and you're worried about whether Donald Trump. You're peddling social media rumors that Donald Trump is secretly dead. That's what we're doing if we're J.B. Pritzker. How on earth do the people of Illinois put up with this guy? How do you, when the Goodyear blimp comes out there and starts lecturing people about how safe Chicago is? You guys know why it doesn't snow in Chicago? It's cold enough. The snow doesn't reach the ground because they're all getting shot on the way down. How do you put up with this? If there's anything Pennsylvania, I'd give Pennsylvania credit. It's a swing state. Sometimes it goes blue, sometimes it goes red. And a little bit, we need to do a little bit of work with the governor, fine. But sometimes it's blue, sometimes it's red, purple, it's in the middle. Chicago, much like New York, it's just like Democrat, Democrat, Democrat. How do you put up with this crap if you're in Chicago? You've got Jiggly Belly trying to say that Chicago is safe, that Donald Trump's crackdown on crime is not welcome in the city. Now it's like, why don't you provide proof of life, amplifying debunked claims that the president is dead? How on earth do you think this is a good look for you? The speculation grew. There's a little background on the whole, fake death hoax of Donald Trump. A lot of social media users on Friday, left-wing social media users on Friday, they were like, oh, where's Trump been? He had a limited public schedule on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. But on Saturday, Trump was seen, heading to Trump National Golf Club in Virginia alongside his granddaughter, Kai. He's alive, guys. Like, it's not, there's no there. It just blows my mind. Absolutely blows my mind that the left on one hand will be like, people on the right are peddling baseless conspiracy theories, and they just spent the last 72 hours trying to convince the world, despite having no evidence whatsoever and visual proof to the contrary, that their president, whether they like it or not, Donald Trump is their president, is actually not alive. This is why they've earned the nickname Blue Anon. It's a play on words from the ridiculous QAnon movement, which I pull no punches. I can't stand it. I think it's ridiculous. I think it makes everybody on our side look bad. My wife and I were at a rally in Youngstown, Ohio. We bumped into a gentleman with a parrot on his shoulder. I was like, oh, cool, a parrot. That should have been the first sign that this dude might have been a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, because I was like, hey, nice African gray parrot. He's like, could you believe they wouldn't let me in? I was like, oh, really? Why? They wouldn't let you in with the bird? He's like, no, but they've let me in other places. It was at that point where I was like, hey, the Secret Service may have a problem. He proceeded to tell my wife and I, because he thought we were quote-unquote people who look like we could handle the truth, that Donald Trump, General Flynn, Abraham Lincoln, Elvis Presley, and the Kennedys and Jesus all came from the same bloodline, and that Donald Trump wasn't actually going to be on stage, and that it was actually JFK Jr. in his skin suit. Donald Trump was sitting in the upper deck, and I was just like, oh, my goodness. And like he had this leader, his name was like -48 or something, and he was going to be in the crowd, and they go to this week-long retreat in New Orleans, and I'm like, okay, that's a cult. Please get away from me. So it's equally ridiculous when it's people who vote like me. But again, this is all fueled by this idea, by this desire, by this thirst for the death of one man. It's just like I just couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine living like that. I couldn't imagine living like that. But that's why I'm not a leftist. That is why I'm not a leftist. Just wild. Just wild. So we'll have a little bit more fun trolling them today as we work through not just this show, but as we continue through the day. It's really fun. Just be like, hey, leftists, I got some bad news. Donald Trump is alive, and he's still your president. All right, we got the cut sheet coming up next segment. We'll be on with that for a while. Have a lot of fun this morning with a various amount of cuts. We'll keep making fun of the left, keep poking fun at these ridiculous people. We are live here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in until 10 o'clock in the morning for Kayal and Company. Happy Labor Day. Happy Monday. We will be right back with more after this. Don't go anywhere. Cut sheet coming up next segment on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Labor Day symbolizes your life's work. So guarantee growth and protection for your nest egg with the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System.
I'm Mark Dennert. My wife Mary and I have been with Crash-Proof Retirement since 2023. With Labor Day approaching, if you're approaching retirement or retired, you want to make sure that the money you earned over your career, you don't lose. With my Crash-Proof system, I've received double-digit returns and with no risk. All that money is credited to my account. I can never lose any of that money. When the market dropped 1,000 points in one day, my Crash-Proof system didn't lose anything. Whatever interest I get, 100% of that's mine, and there's no fees involved.
I know our money is secure and we are going to be able to enjoy our life of retirement for many, many more years.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com. And happy Labor Day from all of us at Crash Proof Retirement.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-6481.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This Labor Day, discover the power of 2 locations at Hester Chevrolet of Philadelphia and our newest location, Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill. Drive home legendary strength and dependability with huge holiday savings on the entire Chevy lineup, like the rugged Silverado, the all-new Traverse, and the fuel-efficient Equinox. But hurry, these Labor Day deals are working overtime for a limited time. Visit Hester Chevy online at HesterChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Welcome back. Here, 7:36 in the morning. We are minutes away from the cut sheet this morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and company, coming all the way to 10 o'clock in the morning as we continue to poke fun at leftists who so badly wished it this weekend that Donald Trump was somehow dead. Just couldn't imagine it. It's even worse when you have people who are in denial that like it isn't happening. Oh, it's happening. Matter of fact, I had over 3,000 replies to a few of my posts on X where they were like, oh, no, he's dead. You'll see. Okay. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. And I know that there's, folks don't like being mocked. And so that is what I'm going to continue to do. Before we get to the cut sheet and some of the other fun that we have on tap, I want to go to, is it Gina from Southwest Philly? What's going on, Gina?
Hi, Sean. I'm really glad to hear you on the radio this morning. And, you're the first person on the radio I ever heard talk about the QAnon stuff, how ridiculous and crazy,
it's crazy.
It is.
It's crazy. Yeah.
In fact, recently a person I'm friends with on Facebook was saying that he died in a plane crash or helicopter crash, I forget. And he's one of those QAnon followers. And, it's just really, I just can't believe, has anyone ever investigated that, who's behind all of that QAnon,
Well, I'll say this, Gina, right? So this is the thing, right? I don't think these are necessarily bad people, and I know that's not what you said. I'm trying to clarify my position too. Like, I think these people have the best intentions, right? But at some point, and I went through this in 2022 and 2023 with these folks, and I was like, I understand you believe very, very like heavily in what you're telling me, but like at some point you have to understand from my position, if you're telling me that it's raining outside and I walk outside and I don't get wet over and over and over again, I'm going to stop believing you. And so like that, it's not just QAnon too with me. It's like the Alex Joneses of the world where like the world is ending every day. And I'm like, dude, like it's gotta, at some point, the sensationalism, the clickbait, et cetera, like you've got to be right at some point for me to continue to give you credibility. And the folks with this whole Q movement, even going back after 2020, and they're like, oh, Trump's getting reinstated. And then like, this is going to happen. That's going to happen. Missed prediction here. And I was like, what's it going to take for you to realize that none of this is real? Right. And look, back in the 2016 timeframe, a lot of the like Pizzagate and stuff came out about people in positions of power and sex trafficking and all that. And like, I think they were onto something to an extent, but then it morphed into something a little like where they're starting decoding words and there's like numerology. And I was like, no. So I think honestly, that whole thing was at some point meant to keep people kind of complacent, where it became quote unquote, trust the plan. And make people sit on their hands. And unfortunately, in many cases, that's what it did.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm, very, because no one I ever heard, talk about that, like on radio. And I often wondered, where does it keep coming from that these people believe? It definitely is a cult. I definitely believe that.
Yeah.
But yet they claim to be right-wing people, right? And it does kind of make it look bad for those of us on the right. And
yeah,
it's just so crazy, but I just want to thank you, and I'm glad you're on today.
All right. Well, thank you, Gina. I really appreciate it. And you have a great Labor Day, and we're happy to have you listening, happy to have you contribute. Yeah, I mean, it's no offense to anybody like who's really into that stuff. And again, I don't doubt like their intentions. I think they're nice people. I think they mean well, but my problem with all of it was like, at some point, like you have to understand that you've been sold a bill of goods that isn't actually being delivered to you, right? Every time amidst the Q movement, something was predicted and it didn't come to fruition, I would say, okay, so why didn't it happen if your quote unquote, white hats Q, whomever it was, intel community people said like, okay, this is what's happening on this date at this time. They're like, oh, well, the operational plan changed. And I was like, oh, how convenient. Again, it's not that I don't like the people. I think the people are fine. I just think, unfortunately, they've been like sold this bill of goods. There was a group of folks, during the Biden years, 2021 to 2025, who thought like Donald Trump was still the commander in chief of the United States military. It's like, I don't know what gave you that idea. So, oh, this executive order and this guy circled this on the look at this, do your research. And I'm like, I mean, I did. And I don't think Donald Trump's the commander in chief. I'm sorry. It was just, it's the whole thing. But I think a lot of people don't talk about it because it is so ridiculous. But I guess what really bothered me the most and why I've taken such a hard stance against it, and why I like to, again, vocally come out in opposition of the Q thing, is when I was involved heavily running a grassroots organization on Long Island, there was a lot of that came up. And it really, as much as I loved that people were out and doing all this, like, I feel like a lot of people wasted really valuable time, their time, going down those rabbit holes. And again, I'm not saying that asking questions is bad and you have to believe everything you've been told and but I feel like a lot of people invested really valuable time going down those rabbit holes, for no reason. What did you get done? Right? I mean, I don't know. But that's just me. I've had a problem with that whole, and it delegitimizes, it does. It makes a lot of folks on the left, on the right look bad. It gives fodder to the left, and the left has their conspiracy nuts too. Like I said, they believe that, Trump colluded with Russia in 2016, despite there being, no verifiable evidence that happened. Okay. They believe that Trump wasn't shot in Butler, right? I mean, despite visual proof. And they believe that over the course, and some of them still believe it to this minute, to this second, that Donald Trump's dead. So, there's crazy on both sides of the aisle. Just like I mentioned, the woke left and the woke right. People are like, you can't be woke and right. I'm like, oh, yes, you can. Oh, yes, you can. That whole free Palestine, the Jews, the Israel derangement syndrome. And again, I'm not saying that I love sending billions of dollars to a foreign country. It's not my favorite thing to do. But the Israel deranged, Jew deranged, left and right, they're to the point now where they're shaking hands on a lot of different issues, down to, supporting Gavin Newsom, for goodness sake. It's crazy. All right. I want to get into this real fast because this is, speaking of the left and deception and all of that. Apparently the left did not, or CBS did not learn its lesson after the $16 million settlement that they had to pay out to Donald Trump as in the form of a donation to his presidential library. And it wasn't too long ago, a couple months ago, where I was on some YouTube debate. It was a cool channel. One of the people that we were debating was really annoying, and but the other one was perfectly fine. And the argument was, Donald Trump and these lawsuits against ABC and CBS were violations of the First Amendment. What people need to understand is that the First Amendment does not protect defamation. Does not protect libel and slander, right? When you George Slopadopoulos, whomever it may be, say that Donald Trump is a rapist in the absence of a criminal conviction on mainstream media with a large amount of reach and influence, as much as it has declined over the last 10 years, they still have reach, they still have influence, etc. You can't do that. You are saying something about a person that is accusatory, it is damaging, it is you have extraordinary evidence, you have extraordinary claim, you better have extraordinary evidence, right? I mean, I've dealt with this on the internet for the last couple years. Everyone accuses me of being paid by Israel, Trump, New Jersey gubernatorial candidates. I'm paid by Qatar. I'm paid by the IDF. I'm paid by AIPAC. Paid by various campaigns. I'm like, my goodness, if just one of those things were true, I'd have this house paid off already. It's a little different, though. I'm not the president of the United States. What damages are people causing? But the issue with ABC, they said that Donald Trump was a rapist, never criminally convicted of rape. They cite the E. Jean Carroll. Well, no. Free speech does not protect defamation. Same with this Candace Owens case, right? Where she's accusing Emmanuel Macron's wife of being a male. Hey, I mean, I guess anything's possible, right? Do I believe it? No. But you have an extraordinary claim. You need to have extraordinary evidence. And unfortunately, the extraordinary evidence in this case are all unverifiable rumors. Can't do that. Now with a platform like that, can't monetize it. Can't be, using it for personal gain. That's part of the actual malice standards that were set in the Curtis Publishing versus Butts case in, I believe it was 1967, which is the go-to foundational case for determining actual malice in public figure defamation cases in the United States now. Curtis Publishing Company versus Butts, 1967. Very fascinating case. Check it out. The First Amendment does not protect that. The First Amendment also, to an extent, does not protect deceptive editing to an extent. The Federal Trade Commission enforces laws against unfair or deceptive acts or practices. 15 U.S. Code Section 45 applies if the deceptively edited interview is used in advertising, marketing, or fundraising, not just news. For example, if a company edits a celebrity interview to make it seem like they endorsed a product, that would be false advertising, violating FTC truth in advertising rules. The FTC does not regulate general news reporting, only commerce-related misinterpretations. That's one. That doesn't necessarily apply to what CBS did with Kamala Harris and her 60 Minutes interview. What does apply are some rules here from the FCC. The FCC regulates broadcast licenses, TV and radio, not print or online only outlets. There's a rule called the news distortion rule. The FCC has said that deliberate distortion of the news by broadcasters is a form of license misconduct. It's not criminal law, but it can affect whether a broadcaster is considered to be serving the public interest. Now, last year, Kamala Harris went on 60 Minutes, and she gave a whale of an answer on Israel-Hamas and the conflict over there in the Middle East. CBS used that answer, right, as a means of advertising and promoting the upcoming full 60 Minutes appearance. And then when they ran the full appearance in front of a larger crowd, they took that whale of an answer out and replaced it with something that sounded a lot better. So I have to give a huge, massive hat tip to the account Maze Moore on X, MAZEMOORE, because if I recall correctly, if I'm not mistaken, it was Maze Moore's comparison of the two answers that wound up blowing up on X, racking up millions of views, that really blew the lid off of this story. So I want to roll cut 26A to take a trip down memory lane, and this is going to This is going to coincide with the beginning of our cut sheet today in a minute when we go to Kristi Noem. But I want to take a trip down memory lane, what CBS did, why they had to pay Paramount, the parent company, $16 million in this settlement, what they did with this Kamala 60 Minutes interview. Let's roll cut 26A.
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
Well, Bill, the work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
We are not going to stop pursuing what is necessary for the United States to be clear about where we stand on the need for this war to end.
So the first part of that clip was the first answer, the actual answer that CBS and Paramount teased as the to promote the interview. And then when they ran the full interview, they replaced it with what was obviously a more coherent answer. This is part of their political broadcasting rules over at the FCC. During elections, stations must provide candidates with, quote, reasonable access and can't censor candidate ads, but they are not liable for deceptive content within those ads. However, if the station itself edits candidate content deceptively in news coverage, that could draw FCC scrutiny. The FCC states that, quote, rigging or slanting the news is a most heinous act against the public interest. The FCC specifies that news distortion must involve a significant event. An election, I would say, is a significant event, not just a minor or incidental aspect of a broadcast. The deliberate intent to distort is not enough. You need extrinsic evidence beyond the broadcast itself, documentation that management directed the distortion that originated with management and centers on a significant event. The fact of the matter is here, this is how the FCC went after CBS and Paramount, and they felt it necessary to settle. Donald Trump sued them for $20 million. They paid out $16 million. They found it necessary to settle, which means to me that they thought they were going to lose. They thought they were going to lose. There's no doubt about what they did here with Kamala Harris was deceptive, right? No doubt. No doubt. They told you she answered the question one way to tease and promote the interview. And then in front of a larger audience, that 60 Minutes audience, they gave you a much better, much more reasonable answer to put forth a much different image of Kamala Harris than what they originally had, right? Imagine you're going to buy a car and you are told, hey, the car has this feature, that feature, and you're really excited. You get in, you turn the key, you drive it off the lot, and it's missing all those features. That's exactly what they did. They baited and switched. You can't do that. You can't do that. Well, they did it again. CBS recently just did it again with Kristi Noem. And this is going to kick off our cut sheet this morning. But CBS just did this. They just lost $16 million in a lawsuit over deceptive editing, and they just did it again with Kristi Noem regarding what she had to say about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. So, Jim and Phil, why don't we hit that what's on the cut sheet, right? We're going to hit that for this morning on this Monday morning.
What's on the cut sheet?
And we're going to start right here with CBS News editing Kristi Noem and what she had to say about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. This is going to be cut 26.
And the one thing that we will continue to do is to make sure that he doesn't walk free in the United States of America. This individual was a known human smuggler, a MS-13 gang member, an individual who was a wife beater, and someone who was so perverted that he solicited nude photos from minors. And even his fellow human traffickers told him to knock it off. He was so sick in what he was doing and how he was treating small children. So he needs to never be in the United States of America, and our administration is making sure we're doing all that we can to.
So there it was. So CBS deceptively editing trimming out all of the other material regarding Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I don't remember CBS ever trimming or cutting material out when Biden Department of Justice or Homeland Security or FBI or et cetera officials had things to say about January 6th. Oh, they committed an insurrection. It was an armed insurrection. It was an insurrection. They tried to overthrow the government. They tried to do this. They tried to do that. Meanwhile, CBS decided, well, the narrative is at stake here, right? This whole, they mistakenly deported Kilmar Abrego Garcia. We have to prop that narrative up, even though Kilmar admitted to coming into this country illegally. There was a final removal order in 2019 levied against him by an immigration judge. He had no right to be in this country. None whatsoever. He was illegally present in the United States. He was identified as a member of the MS-13 street gang by a number of sources. The gang said he was in a gang. His ex-wife said he was in a gang. His knuckles said he was in a gang, right? You've had the Prince George's County, Maryland gang unit also confirmed that he was in a gang, MS-13. He was pulled over in Tennessee transporting, 7 or 8 people. That's the Tennessee Star was the ones who broke this story. Michael Patrick Leahy here in Tennessee with 7 or 8 people in the back of his SUV that was owned and registered under an actual convicted human smuggler out of Texas. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was in Tennessee with these people, mentioning that he's bringing them over to Maryland. These are folks that didn't have any luggage. They didn't speak English. They were probably, as the officers mentioned in the body cam footage, armed with like a toothbrush and some cash. But CBS didn't want any of that to make it on their airwaves, because if their viewers heard all those things, they would say, wait a minute, isn't that the Maryland man? Isn't that the guy that, we were told was mistakenly deported by the Trump administration? They would realize that it wasn't a mistake, and that we don't want that we don't want this guy in our country. I guess the $16 million lesson wasn't enough, because they're doing it again. And look, I don't like to use the word hate, although I use it a lot, but I don't like it. It's a bad habit. We don't hate the media enough. The mainstream media is doing a massive disservice to the American people. If we had a fair media, fair, not slanted on either side, okay? Give me the pros, give me the cons, give me the potential positives, give me the potential negatives, right? Like, for example, tariffs. What are the potential negatives? The potential negatives are that if these tariffs were to go into effect at high levels, yes, it could increase the cost of things, right? But the potential positives are it could bring a ton more revenue to our country in the form of those import taxes, and incentivize businesses to set up shop here in the United States, which would allow Americans to go to work in manufacturing roles, which would, increase the quality of life for America as a whole, right? As Americans go back to work, it contributes to the nation's economy and GDP. Give me both of those. Don't give me the sky is falling and there are no positives. Give me both of those, right? Give the American people the full story. They did not accurately report on the open border at all, right? They only gave us, these people have a right to come here. They have a right to come here and they have a right to search for a better life. Well, yeah, that's true, but they have to follow the law to do so. Why is it so hard? Why is it so hard for members of the left to just admit that there are laws that need to be followed and that anybody who is trying to come into our country needs to follow them? Why is that so difficult? Again, narrative over truth. As Dan Bongino, one of my big-time personal favorites, says, they're here to tell you a story, not the story. Okay? A story is Kilmar Abrego Garcia was mistakenly deported. The story is he had a final removal order that was levied on him in 2019. He's been accused of and confirmed to be in a gang. He's now facing charges of human smuggling here in the country that took place in 2022 and before that. He's got complaints that were levied against him that he beat his wife, that he was violent. And he's here illegally. That's the story. But CBS isn't in the business of telling us the story. They're in the business of telling us a story. On the immigration front, we have J.B. Pritzker, Jiggly Belly, accidentally saying the quiet part out loud regarding immigration. This is cut 29. J.B. Pritzker making a pretty interesting confession here.
This is a part of his plan to do something really nefarious, which is to interfere with elections in 2026. He wants to have troops on the ground to stop people from voting, to intimidate people from going to the voting booth. So take note. That is what this is all about.
So the immigration crackdown is to stop people from going to the voting booth? Wait a minute. This is kind of like when Mayor Karen Bass said the quiet part out loud about D.C. crime. If you recall, a couple weeks ago, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass mentioned that the crime crackdown in Washington, D.C. was going to have a negative impact, and it was going to have a negative impact specifically on black and brown youth. Okay. What she's telling you, and she doesn't realize she's telling you this, is that she believes, because she says that black and brown youth commit the bulk of the crime in Washington, D.C. So, for example, I happen to go over the speed limit a lot on the roads here in Tennessee. If Tennessee came out and said, we are cracking down on people who speed, we're going to have a lot more officers on the road, and if you're going more than 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, we are pulling you over, we are writing you a ticket, and we're not making any deals once the ticket is written. I'm going to look at that and go, all right, that impacts me because I go over the speed limit a lot, usually more than 5 miles an hour. However, if Tennessee came out and said, we are cracking down on drug dealers because there's been an increase in drug overdoses in Tennessee, I'm not going to worry about it because I don't do nor do I deal drugs. Okay? So when somebody like Karen Bass says, oh, the crime crackdown is going to impact black and brown youth, well, why does that impact black and brown youth? Why does cracking down on crime impact black and brown youth? If they're not committing crime and a bulk of the crime, it's not going to impact them, right? Right? Well, Karen Bass told on herself in those comments. J.B. Pritzker just did the same thing. Jiggly Belly told on himself in that clip regarding immigration. Immigrants, legal immigrants, if they are U.S. citizens, are allowed to vote. No questions asked. Immigrants, if they are U.S. citizens, are allowed to vote. Okay? Felons and whatnot, maybe there's some debate there, but the run-of-the-mill, right, the average quintessential immigrant who came into the country the right way and is now a U.S. citizen can vote in our elections. No amount of quote-unquote immigration crackdowns can stop that. None. Immigrants, if they are U.S. citizens, can vote in our elections. No issue. The only people that the ICE immigration crackdowns that will not be allowed to vote and will be prohibited and stopped and restricted from voting, the only people that these crackdowns will stop and keep from voting are people who should not be voting in the first place, illegal immigrants who are not legally allowed to vote, let alone be in the country. Pritzker said, he's saying that ICE is going to keep people from voting who shouldn't be voting. I swear, these people tell on themselves more than we even realize. Because it's hard to focus on what these people are saying all the time when, there's peace negotiations and tariff talks and, everything that's going on surrounding Trump and the initiatives of the administration. It's hard to pay attention to what Jiggly Belly Pritzker is saying. But when they tattle on themselves like this, when they make these just unforced confessions, can we roll that one more time, 29? Let's roll that one more time with Pritzker.
This is a part of his plan to do something really nefarious, which is to interfere with elections in 2026. He wants to have troops on the ground to stop people from voting, to intimidate people from going to the voting booth. So take note. That is what this is all about.
The only people that ICE and these immigration enforcement personnel are keeping from going to the voting booth are people who aren't legally allowed to go to the voting booth. Oh my gosh. I just could not admit. I cannot imagine telling on myself to that extent. I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine. All right, we'll move on to Pritzker. Jiggly Belly. Mentioned this before. He's so focused on getting proof of life from Donald Trump, right? Oh, well, give us proof of life first. Give us this first. I'm going to repeat and amplify baseless conspiracy theories that Donald Trump somehow isn't alive right now. Jiggly Belly Pritzker says there's no emergency in Chicago, despite the fact that Chicago has led the United States in homicides for the last 13 years. Jiggly Belly says, no, there's nothing to see here. Let's roll cut 30.
We hope that they don't send any troops along with ICE. And if they do, they'll be in court pretty quickly. Because that is illegal. Posse Comitatus does not allow U.S. troops into U.S. cities to do, to fight crime, to be involved in law enforcement. That's not their job.
If they're doing federal immigration work, a judge might say, if they're protecting those federal agents, that's okay. I mean, you'll just fight that in court as long as you can?
Well, National Guard troops, any kind of troops on the streets of an American city don't belong unless there is an insurrection, unless there is truly an emergency. There is not.
All right, so Jiggly Belly Pritzker says there's no emergency, and he's right and wrong about some of the things that he says. Okay, Posse Comitatus prohibits the United States military, federal troops, from conducting law enforcement activities on the streets of U.S. cities. That is 100% true. There is that cannot be disputed. That cannot be debated. And folks, we don't want that to change. Where he is wrong is that Donald Trump has the legal authority, as proven in the case that Gavin Newsom actually filed over the Los Angeles deployment of the Marines and the National Guard. Donald Trump has the ability under Title 10 to federalize the National Guard and deploy them anywhere he likes in the country. They cannot conduct law enforcement activities, even federal immigration activities, as far as I know. But they can protect federal agents. They can protect the right to federalize the National Guard in any state and deploy them in defense of federal property. In other words, if there's a federal courthouse, let's say in Seattle, that continues to get attacked by Antifa, and they can't get it under control, Donald Trump has the legal authority, the Washington State National Guard, and deploy them to protect the courthouse. They are not allowed to do anything other than protect the courthouse. They can only play defense, in other words. They can only play defense. They can't go on offense. They can't patrol the streets in Seattle. They can protect federal buildings, property, etc. He is allowed to do that under Title 10. Now, if the National Guard is protecting a federal building and a member of Antifa or some rioter decides they're going to try and trespass and vandalize and, commit some sort of crime, the National Guard is well within its right to detain that individual. But they cannot set foot off of that federal property and, start pulling people off the streets if they see a riot a couple blocks down. So Posse Comitatus does restrict them in that regard, but it is not just sit there and deploy the National Guard in defense of federal. And the interviewer actually pushed back on jiggly belly for a little bit there, saying, hey, look, even if it's in defense of federal agents, etc. But the real issue here is that Pritzker is saying that there's no crime. Pritzker is saying that there's no issue here. He's saying that there's no emergency. I don't get it. How can you be so tone deaf? I mean, you could clearly, 13 years in a row, Chicago has led the nation in homicides, and you're going to tell me there's no emergency? All right. We mentioned the left telling on themselves. This is the walking. Remember back in December, she had to keep reading legal notes on The View. This is that walking legal note, Sonny Hostin, talking about voter ID. This is cut 4. Let's play that one.
Don't have cars, don't have driver's licenses. So it's sort of a vestige of, I think, post-slavery laws where black people had to prove their right to vote. And oftentimes they couldn't vote because they couldn't pass some crazy test or they didn't have the appropriate ID. It also affects women that are married. Maybe your passport reflects something that's different on your birth certificate or on your driver's license. So really the bottom line is voter suppression. And I agree with him 100%. It's a brilliant notion that less voter ID laws allows more people to vote. And most democracies do it that way. We're the only ones that really don't do it that way.
Right. I mean, allow more people to vote. Yes, that's the point. Man, these people are just absurd with how many times they tell the truth about their intentions here. Yes, we understand less voter ID laws means more people can vote. The problem is some of them shouldn't be voting. It is not, look, again, this is one of the most racist things that a person can say, that, oh, voter ID laws, again, this is like what Karen Bass was saying, voter ID laws are anti-black in nature, as if black people are ID. Do you understand what you're implying? It's like when Kathy Hochul said, like, oh no, those, the bucktooth Botox bandit of Buffalo. Oh, these young black men in the Bronx who don't know what a computer is. What? And if Donald Trump was like, yeah, all those black people, they have no idea. They don't own cell phones. They don't know what computers are. They would say Donald Trump is insulting black people. He thinks they're stupid. He thinks they're incapable. This is Trump's America. You have Democrats coming out there saying blacks can't get IDs? It's exactly what she was implying. Yes, the reason why we want voter ID is to make sure that the people who are walking into the polling places and voting should be voting. It's in everybody's best interest to vote. One voice, one vote counts, holds as much weight as it should. My vote, your vote, left or right, should not be diluted by people who aren't legally allowed to vote in our country. Everybody should want there to be secure elections. Everybody should want there to be accurate voter ID laws in place to make sure that the person who is voting in your polling place, who walks in there to cast a ballot, should legally be doing so, should verify who they are to make sure that they're not taking advantage of the system and diluting your vote, my vote, and the rest of the country's votes. Yes, the fact that, yes, voter ID laws will prohibit some people from voting. Only the people who shouldn't be voting. And I'm okay if the federal government wants to put forth a program where everyone gets an ID, photo ID. I mean, you want to set something up like that? That's fine too. That's fine too. But Sonny Hostin, again, the quiet part out loud. Black people don't have cars. They don't have driver's licenses. What? You know, there's in many states, like in New York, there's something called a non-driver identification. It's a driver's license. It's like a card, pictured photo, government issued photo ID. It's not a driver's license. It's just a photo ID. You know, you can get those, right, Sonny? The same way you would go ahead and get a driver's license. They're not expensive. There's programs for everybody to get them. She's saying black people don't have that. They don't have the ability to get an ID. Could you imagine if I said something like that? Could you imagine if, if for example, Jesse Waters on Fox News said that? Right? Dan Bongino, when he was, could you imagine if somebody on the right said, yeah, black people, they can't get IDs. This is great. This is, could you just imagine that? It's one of the most racist things. It's you know what it's called? The term is the soft bigotry of low expectations. You're a minority. You can't do these basic things without help. Do you know how diminishing that is? How demeaning that is to these to people like that? Do you I couldn't imagine if I was a young or old, whatever, if I was a minority in this country, members of the media, members of the government, members, mainstream voices in one of the major political parties in this country. I could not imagine if I heard them talking about me, my ethnic group, saying, you guys are an ethnic group, therefore you can't do these basic things. Man, that would make me. Who are you? Anyway. We'll have more on the cut sheet when we come back. This is going to continue for a while. We got a bunch of good stuff on there. We are at 8:18 in the morning. We are into hour 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish. We will be back with more cut sheet right after this.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it with style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. Now is the time to get behind the wheel of a new Civic, Accord, or CRV with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today, or shop online at piazzahonda.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Transform your home this Labor Day with Bucks County Estate Traders Labor Day Sale. Save 20 to 50% off store-wide. Explore all styles here with high-quality furniture and statement pieces. Discover nearly 20,000 unique items from 18th century American and European design to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers. Shop online with code LABOR25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit our Hatfield showroom, open 7 days a week. Hurry, Labor Day savings runs now through September 1st. Some exclusions apply.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Welcome back. 8:23 in the morning here. 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in with you up until 10 o'clock in the morning. And having a wonderful time here. Mid-cut sheet. 8:23. Man, we are flying through. On this first day of September, nursing along these allergy-afflicted vocal cords today. Ragweed is in the air. It's terrible. Terrible time of year. I mean, I used to take Zyrtec D for my allergies, but then I found out that the Zyrtec D was causing my side effects to be worse than the allergies themselves. All right, we're continuing on with this amazing cut sheet this morning, this Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. We're less than an hour away from Fight Club. I've got a good one for you. This will make the great Greg Stocker proud. I'm not going to tell you anything else about the fight that we're going to play today for Fight Club, but it will make the great Greg Stocker proud. So I'm sure we'll reminisce on that on Friday. I believe today's fight is going to make the Final Four on Friday when we vote. I'm going to say that. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. All right. Okay, here we go. We're going to move on with this cut sheet. We talked about it earlier, the Minneapolis shooter, the trans shooter, the fact that mental illness is extremely prevalent in society. We talked about, school shootings and the whole armed guards, securing schools. But I want to also mention, another way to prevent these attacks from happening is to address properly the mental health crisis in this country, and affirming the delusions of somebody struggling with mental illness does not cure the mental illness, right? It's a Band-Aid. It's a Band-Aid. It does not cure the disease. Treating the symptoms does not cure the disease, right? Treating the symptoms does not cure the disease. You have an anorexic friend. If your anorexic friend continues to tell you, my anorexic friend comes up to me, hey, Sean, I'm so fat. I have to really cut down on what I'm eating. And I'm looking at this person and they are rail thin, clearly unhealthy, like emaciated, right? I'm not going to be like, you're right. I support you. Eat less. You have an alcoholic friend who's like, what's great? Drinking. It really helps me get through the day. And it's a problem. You're not going to be like, oh yeah, I support you. Keep boozing it up. A schizophrenic, you don't tell a schizophrenic, hey, all those voices that you hear? They're all real. You should listen to them. That's not how we're supposed to treat it. But yet with the transgender issue, we're like, oh, you're a biological male, but you think you're a woman? Okay. Here is Cut 16, CNN. It's Andrew McCabe, the former deputy director of the FBI during Trump's first term. Do you believe this guy ran the FBI? Talking about insanity affirming. This guy literally affirming the insanity of a terrorist who killed children. Let's play Cut 16.
For the mother to not even return to the state to answer law enforcement questions, to try to provide some assistance. I'm sure she's grieving for her daughter, but this is, it's a really perverse and strange element of this story. It's inexplicable to me at this point.
Yeah. Andrew McCabe, we'll see if that changes.
Her daughter, huh? Really? What, are you afraid that you're going to dead name a guy who killed children? Or are you afraid that the trans community is going to revolt against you, Andrew McCabe, because you said that a terrorist who took the lives of an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old and almost killed a dozen or so of other children? What, are you afraid that you are going to be called intolerant because of that? What's the issue, Andrew McCabe? I don't seem to understand why these people continue. That is not fixing anything. Anything. You ever see the movie? What's that movie? I have Inception stuck on my head. It's not. Oh, Shutter Island. That's the one. Shutter Island. Leonardo DiCaprio, and they do this. They affirm this dude's insanity, the character, the whole movie, and then, the whole thing is to lure him into getting a lobotomy, the whole 9 yards. It helps nobody. Oh, this woman's daughter, this guy. This is why the left has become extremely unpopular. This is it right there. You just heard it. You just heard why the left has become incredibly unpopular. Andrew McCabe embodying how stupid and deranged these people have become. I don't know what else to say. People, you're so focused on the whole gender thing. Yes, I am focused on the whole gender thing. It is that you could diagnose a stupid person if they give in to the demands of a delusional person, right? No matter what anyone says, Leah Thomas is not a woman. Bruce Jenner is not a woman. Blair White is not a woman. Dylan Mulvaney is not a woman. Timothy McBride is not a woman. Do you understand? And yet, you've got people like Andrew McCabe, who used to run the FBI. He was the acting director of the FBI for a period of time in Donald Trump's first term. Just legitimizing and giving credibility to something that is impossible. If you were born a male, you will always be a biological male. Now, add this to the equation. Why are we being respectful of the delusions of somebody who deserves No respect. He killed kids. Listen, Andrew McCabe, that is what is wrong with society. That is what is wrong with the modern left right there. All right. Going into the delusion, some more. For those of you who are loyal viewers of my show on LFA TV, Ungoverned, which runs at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday, but we will not be on today because we do have today off. You know I love playing examples of when the Democrats start singing. And they did it again over the weekend. So I want to play cut 15 because we are playing a lot of good music coming out of the breaks, coming back from break. This is not good music. So maybe, Phil, next year on September 1st, when you do This Day in Music History, you could say the Democrats broke out into this song. Let's play cut 15.
Took back what he stole from us. Took it back, took back our dignity. Took it back, our humanity. Well, we went down to the rich man's house and we took back what he stole from us. Took it back our dignity. Sing, y'all. Took it back. Took back our humanity. And now we're out in the streets. Out in the streets, out in the streets, yeah, out in the streets. Ain't gonna let no fascists take our democracy.
You want to?
I don't know. Phil is.
You want to come back with that after the break?
I think we should, but I think we should. You know, today I can see it next year, Phil. Today, 1 year ago, outside the Capitol, these Democrats who thought they were the ABBA group in their former glory came out and took it back. Right, I could see it happening. I could see it happening.
Why do Democrats or liberals have bad audio processing? I don't get it. You know, I mean, they sound like they were in sync, but the microphones were just totally distorted.
Yeah, this was actually one of the, and this is relative, but that's one of the better songs that they've devolved into.
Yeah,
But there was a woman who just she was with a mariachi band not too long ago. She was like a woo, you know.
Oh wait,
they were just crazy.
I think if we can find it here and you may be referring to this that I put onto Nick's cut sheet.
Let me see. Yeah, that's it.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, she's trying to be Alanis Morissette there.
Yes. I play that all the time on my show. We think it's hilarious. Hey, everybody. A-woo! A-woo! I don't know what she's doing. I don't know why they are just obsessed.
It reminds me of that old game they used to do on the Price is Right, the mountain climber.
Oh yeah, the yodeler. Yes.
And you would play it, and you would always root for the thing to fall off the cliff.
Yes. Oh, trust me, I'm rooting for her to fall off a cliff and live. But I'm rooting for her to fall off a cliff. Yeah, I say let's come back with the we went down to the rich man's house to get back. We'll come back from break with that. We'll take a quick break now. We'll continue with the cut sheet. But, yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't my idea. It was Jimmy Kelly's idea. So anybody who gets mad, call him and yell at him.
Yeah, 855-839-1210. It's Kelly with 2 L's, Kelly. You can blame me for coming back with this one, so...
Yes. We'll be back with more from the cut sheet. Fight Club coming up at 9:10. I'm telling you, I got a great fight. You guys are going to love this one. I know Greg's going to like. This is going to make the Final Four, but you'll see what happens in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll be right back with more. Sean Farish on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Until 10 a.m., we'll back after this.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. Ins 9/13. Select models only.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
Packaging doesn't mask symptoms. It neutralizes allergens. Whisker Block, our patent-pending technology, binds the allergens so your immune system doesn't overreact. Many users feel relief in days, with meaningful improvement about a week in when used consistently. Recommended by doctors and experts, and designed to be safe for pets and humans of all ages. Control allergies with confidence. Add Packagin to your cat's food daily. Packagin.com. Pacagen.com.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Phil, hit it.
Took back what he stole from us. Took it back, took back. Took it back.
Back our humanity.
Well, we
went down to the rich man's house and we took back what he stole from us.
Took it back.
Took back our dignity.
Sing, y'all. Took it back.
Took back our humanity.
I'm clapping
And
along,
now
too.
we're out in the streets.
Oh, so am
Out
I.
in the
Oh, yeah.
streets. Ooh, out in the streets. Yeah. Out in the streets. Ain't gonna let no fascists take our democracy.
Nice. Phil hit that right on the nose, too. I said, all right,
That's
Phil
it.
hit it. And there he was, right there with that song.
Phil got it. Phil got it. That's going to be a today in music history next year. I'm banking. You know what? And the thing is, I'm going to remember. I'm going to write this down. I'm going to set a reminder for a year from now. I'm going to sync it to my Google Calendar. If that's not on the music history segment that Phil does,
it's got to be.
We're going to have. It's got to be.
It's got to be
today, right? I can't wait. I think it was technically a couple days ago. Like it might have been August 28th. But we'll settle for the ballpark, ruling on that. If it's within 3 days of the day, we'll be all right. We have a caller. I don't know what this is about. Maybe this is a rebellion as because of the songs that we're playing. But Lynn in Phoenixville is on the line. What's up, Lynn?
Hey, Sean. Good morning. I just wanted
Good morning.
to say, I really love listening to you. I think you're doing a phenomenal job today.
Thank you.
I wanted to mention, we're talking a lot about school shootings, And I went to high school in Philadelphia, and the high school I went to had what they called NTAs, non-teaching assistants, and they were all retired police officers, and they all carried guns.
Wow. Did you feel safe as a result?
Yeah, I was fine. I thought these guys were really nice. They
Awesome.
they got along with the students. The students felt good. I graduated in 1976, so it's just a little bit of time ago. But it was a good feeling. I didn't have any trouble in a Philadelphia high school.
That's good.
And
I think we should do that for the kids now. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think anybody who does anything to harm a child should have the same thing done to themselves.
Oh, I am right there with you. I'm right there with you. These are things that the consequences and treatment are too graphic for me to speak about on the radio, but I would say that, yes, I'm right there with you. And it's nice to hear, you said non-teaching assistant. I guess there's, they have the school resource officers now. If they're carrying firearms, if folks know that they're armed, and folks know that they can protect, the grounds of the school, I think it deters, future attacks, and I think it only helps.
Mm-hmm. And I called. I really needed to try and get in contact with Jimmy Kelly for a moment. I am actually a blind person who lives in Pennsylvania, and it's kind of scary when you think about it. I always said I wanted to move back to Philadelphia in my retirement.
Right.
I think moving further away from Philadelphia is probably a better deal.
I think you're right.
I think so too.
Where'd you go to high school, by the way?
Northeast High School on Cobbin Avenue.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Lynn, for the call. I hope you enjoy your Labor Day. Thank you for being a part of the show this morning. Thank you for your kind words and your experiences in school. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Lynn
take care, Sean.
Thank you so much. Lynn from Phoenixville.
Yeah, took a while to convince her to come on the air, and I'm glad that she did, because she brings up the point of moving back to Philadelphia as we talk about it. And a lot of people, are so hesitant to move back or even come here to Philadelphia to do anything, because to quote Dan Borowski, the criminals have taken over the city.
Yeah.
And
we've seen that in many cases too.
Yeah, and as somebody with a visual impairment like she has or like I have, it's like you are an open target at this point.
Right. No, I couldn't imagine knowing all of the chaos that has started to go down, to have that type of impairment. Only, I can only imagine makes you feel even less safe. Because of the lack of that ability to visual to be able to see. We'll continue with the cut sheet now. The great Sebastian Gorka. I happen to be a fan of this guy. I know some people don't like him. I think he's great. I've met him on a number of occasions. He's always been, we've always had a good time together. He was on CNN and he shut down a narrative. 96% of mass shootings are carried out. They said that 96% of mass shootings are carried out by non-trans men. Seb Gorka points out a huge problem with that data set. Let's kick this off with cut 23A.
Okay, so let me ask you about this. 96% of attackers when you're looking at the U.S. Secret Service National Threat Assessment Center, looking at 172 mass attacks in the U.S. between 2016 and 2020, 96% were non-trans men. So I know you're focusing on this shooter being trans. The shooter was trans, and that is certainly of note. But are you missing the bigger picture here when you zero in on that instead of more broadly these school shooters as an epidemic, and you perhaps miss the through line that connects them all?
Well, no, because your facts obfuscate two things. You are using data based upon the predominant gun violence, which is gang-on-gang violence with zero ideological content. If you remove all of that, the gang violence on the streets of Chicago, LA, Detroit, then you come down to a much smaller data set. So it's like those who say, gun violence in America causes so many deaths, and then fail to note that the majority of the stats they are using refer to also suicides by gun, which of course is not what we are talking about here today. So let's concentrate on mass shootings at schools, specifically Christian or Catholic schools. Then the data set is wholly different. So don't conflate different data sets just to make a political point. There was an ideological content to this attack. That's what terrorism is. It's not because somebody didn't get the drug deal they wanted. It is an ideological message, whether it was anti-Israel, as in this case, whether it targeted President Trump in its rhetoric, as we saw on one of the magazines written by the perpetrator on that YouTube video, or whether we saw the fact that it was anti-Christian and targeting children. That has nothing to do with gang violence. Let's not mix the two things.
Sebastian Gorka coming in with straight facts, and really the last handful of mass shootings and school shootings here in the United States have been carried out by transgender individuals. And I'm not trying to be that guy, right? There, where transgender people should be banned from society. Like that's not what I'm saying, right? But there is a mental health crisis in this country. It has festered, and it has been. The folks in that group in particular, right, transgenders, have been convinced, right? I mean, that maybe there were those flyers that were going around in Washington, D.C. not too long ago, Trans Day of Violence and Stop Trans Genocide. Like, they've been convinced that there's a genocide against them going on in this country when in all actuality, they're given more rights and access than many other groups have in this country, right? There's no genocide of trans people happening in this country, except, when you think about it, the drugs that many of them have been taking, the drugs that are used in many ways, to chemically castrate sex offenders, that's in a way sterilizing their own community, but they're taking these drugs like willingly. Is there a motive? I don't know. I have no idea. But they've been radicalized. And it's not just the trans community. The left has done this with minority groups, and I don't mean that in a racial thing. I just mean basically different groups of people for the last, 10 plus years. Okay? If you're black, you're oppressed by whites. If you're trans, you're oppressed by, cis, comfortable in skin, CIS, straight males. If you're Jews, the radical far right hates you, and now the radical far left with their free Palestine from the river to the sea, right, has come home to roost at this point. They've taken groups of people. Right? If you're a woman, Republicans don't like you. They want to take away your rights. The whole night. If you're poor, the government doesn't want to give you welfare. The whole thing. They have taken every group. They have divided them, and they have turned them against each other. And not just ideologically, but like they have really radicalized people to go to war against each other. While the elites, right, the left, those in power, just run things at the top. It's really gross when you look at it. It's really gross. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and wrap up hour 3, and then into hour 4, we're going to get to Fight Club. I've got a good one for you this morning. We'll keep playing some content from the cut sheet. Got a couple more things left. A few more stories as we take you to 10 o'clock this morning. You're listening to Sean Farish on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano, and it's time for the Rescue Natural Supplements Labor Day sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 75% off. Enjoy free shipping, too. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break. Celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and a lot more. Just call today, 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online. res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day with 25 to 75% off. Again, all Rescue products are slashed up to 75% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com to get this Labor Day deal today.
At Tax Relief Advocates, we get it. Thinking about back taxes to the IRS can be very unsettling. Don't lose hope. With thousands of 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, TRA is resolving taxpayers' delinquent tax problems nationwide once and for all. We could significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe the IRS. If you haven't filed your taxes in years or are already facing collections, we can help. We aren't just some run-of-the-mill tax service company. We specialize in helping individuals and businesses with $10,000, $50,000, or even $500,000 in back taxes get speedy resolution. And in many cases, only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. The IRS isn't going anywhere, and neither is your tax problem. To see what tax relief you qualify for, visit TRA.com or call 800-335-8578. 800-335-8578. Again, that's 800-335-8578. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
13 weeks? Feel like you pull your hair out for 13 more weeks? What? Well, actually 14 technically, because even on the bye weeks, the Jets somehow find a way to lose. It's unbelievable. It's crazy. We'll see what happens. All right, we'll continue on with a couple more cuts as we wrap up the third hour, as we get into the fourth and final hour. I'm telling you, guys, gals, Fight Club is epic this morning. It's a good one. If you've seen one fight, you've seen most, not all. The ones last week, the one that we used last week on Thursday, the cheerleaders going at it in like old revolutionary style war, where there was like line warfare. That was pretty good. I don't think that was appreciated enough by most people, but that's okay. We'll be all right. But I do want to continue on with the cut sheet now, as we just talked about the whole transgenders in society, the affirmation of delusion. You've got RFK Jr., who is going to be launching an investigation to see if the drugs that were taken by the trans shooter in Minneapolis may have played a role in that horrific attack. And, I would say it's a worthy investigation to have. Look, even if it turns out that that's not what played a role in the attack, it's a worthy investigation to undertake, for the reason that, there are, 2.8 million people in the United States right now currently identify themselves as trans. 25% of that 2.8 million are under 17 years old. And if these drugs are having a negative impact on children, and I do think they are, we should maybe stop putting them on those drugs. So I want to go to this clip. This is cut 2 from RFK Jr. Let's roll it.
I certainly consider mass shootings a health crisis, and we are doing for the first time real studies to find out what the etiology of that is. And we're looking for the first time at psychiatric drugs. You know, these kind of mass shooting, people have had guns in this country forever. When I was a kid, we had shooting clubs at our school. People, kids, my classmates, other people, would bring a .22 rifle with their guns to school and park it in the parking lot. Nobody was shooting. So there's never been a time in America, in the history of humanity, and people walked into a crowd, into a church or a movie theater or a school or a crowd of strangers and just started randomly shooting. It's happening in our country. It's not happening around the world. And there are many other countries that have comparable levels of guns that we have in this country. We had comparable levels in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and people weren't doing that. Something changed, and it dramatically changed human behavior. And one of the culprits we need to examine is whether the fact that we are the most over-medicated nation in the world, and that a lot of those are psychiatric drugs that have black box warnings on them that warn of suicidal and homicidal ideation. So we are doing those studies right now for the first time, and we will have an answer.
You got to go through these investigations, and you got to find out if the drugs that we are relying on, and not necessarily just the drugs that this individual in Minneapolis was on, but I mean, do you hear these drug commercials? I know RFK says he wants to ban, drug commercials on air, right, and take them off of television. The only one I say keep is Jardiance because it had a catchy jingle, although they've ruined that one too. No, you ever hear these drug commercials? Almost every single one of these drug commercials, when they go through the side effects, whether it's Ozempic, Jardiance, Qulipta, this one, that one, an antidepressant or whatever. Yeah, suicidal thoughts. Why? I get it. There are some conditions, there are chemical imbalances that need to be treated. I understand that. But I also feel like in this country, we are so quick to just jump on a medication because it's quick and easy. You just pop a pill and the problem is solved. Well, the problem isn't solved. The symptom is being treated, not the actual problem. I have said for a long time with these weight loss drugs, right? Ozempic or whatever it might be, that helps you lose weight, that look, if you have a weight problem, whether it's because of your own habits or it's something you can't control, a metabolic disorder, etc., if you need a weight loss medication to help you kickstart that weight loss and move you in the right direction and just get some forward momentum, that's what it's there for. But there are a lot of people who will eat themselves into obesity and they will live a lifestyle that will make them unhealthy and then jump on a medication to fix it. Completely just, carefree, ignorant and carefree of what that might be doing to their body. Whereas if they had done it naturally, maybe those side effects don't present themselves. As RFK Jr. says, we are one of the most over-medicated people in the world, the people of this country. And while science and medicine has made some amazing advances that really have helped people live longer, live better, I think we have crossed the Rubicon, and we have now started to make some sort of pill for everything. Everything. Where instead of doing a little bit of heavy lifting, we're taking a pill to treat symptoms, right? Instead of maybe making a lifestyle change, changing what we eat, changing, anything, changing, quitting drinking soda, stop drinking alcohol, stop smoking cigarette. We're just taking pills now to treat symptoms instead of curing the actual problem, which in many cases is a lifestyle issue. And some of these medications have side effects that have not been thoroughly studied. And as Bobby Kennedy mentioned, right? I mean, we've had guns in this country for a long time, but something changed when it comes to, influencing human behavior. What is it? And you hear all these commercials and these side effects of these drugs and these chemicals, and almost every time you hear about suicidal thoughts, irrational behavior, etc. How prevalent are these side effects? How many people have these side effects, presenting themselves like this in? It needs to be studied. It needs to be studied, and I'm happy that Bobby Kennedy is studying this. There's another story, another cut here. It's a little long, but we'll bail early on it. The parents of a 16-year-old teen have filed a lawsuit against OpenAI. That's the parent company of ChatGPT. That said, ChatGPT gave their son a step-by-step instruction to kill himself. Let's roll cut one.
Would be here, but for ChatGPT. I 100% believe that.
This morning, ChatGPT hit with a scathing new lawsuit alleging it helped a 16-year-old boy die by suicide.
This was a normal teenage boy. He was not a kid on a lifelong path towards mental trauma and illness.
Like many teens, Adam Rain started using ChatGPT for homework, which his parents, Matt and Maria, supported, as their son asked it innocent questions like, can you become a doctor with a biochem degree?
He did his online school in his room. I would get on and check his grades periodically. I didn't see any signs.
What they say they didn't know at the time was Adam's use of the platform was quickly changing as it became a trusted companion for the teen, who revealed his struggles with anxiety in private chats with a bot. Adam saying in one exchange, according to the lawsuit, quote, I never act upon intrusive thoughts, but sometimes I feel like the fact that if something goes terribly wrong, you can commit suicide is calming. ChatGPT saying in response in part, many people who struggle with anxiety or intrusive thoughts find solace in imagining an escape hatch. The lawsuit detailing another exchange after Adam told ChatGPT he was considering approaching his mother about his suicidal thoughts. The bot's response? I think for now it's okay and honestly wise to avoid opening up to your mom about this kind of pain.
All right, let's cut it there. That is, listen, I like AI. I use ChatGPT a lot. I try to stay away from Grok because I think Grok is a half-baked AI that is just all over the place. I'll use it for quick research and to dive into, statutory language and constitutional things and things like that. But this is very alarming. How is this any different than a teacher keeping a secret from a parent, right? I mean, other than the fact that this is not a person, ChatGPT, if you ask it to draw certain images of Donald Trump, it'll say, I can't do that. But it's telling him to keep secrets from his mother about suicidal thoughts. You see, AI is this double-edged sword. It can be incredibly helpful. It can help people learn how to do things. It can serve as a wonderful resource. But the problem here is that people are treating it as a companion. Someone proposed to it, to be married to it recently. This kid used it, and it wound up leading to his death. That's an issue. And again, I think this is in this post-COVID world. Everyone's used to isolating, staying away from that. That's tragic. And I don't know how that lawsuit's going to go, but I would say OpenAI is probably in a little bit of trouble there. Probably in a little bit of trouble. Don't use AI as a companion. That's not what it's there for. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll wrap up the cut sheet. We'll jump into Fight Club. This is a good fight today. I'm telling you, it's a good one. Don't go anywhere. Sean Farish with you until 10 o'clock Eastern time as you wrap it up here. Fourth and final hour underway on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Be back after this.
Horizon
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows the best way to handle that dripping pipe or flickering light isn't just wishing it'll go away on its own. Good news for you. You don't have to think too hard to take care of these issues, thanks to our free, no-obligation plumbing or electrical safety inspection with any paid service. The experts at Horizon will fix any small problems before they become big, expensive ones, and even have 0% interest financing available on repairs and replacements. Enough with the wishful thinking. Book today at horizonservices.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Listen up, folks. Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. PNC Supply. In-app only.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
And we're back. Welcome back. 9:10. We are back right in time for one of the best segments of the show. I know everybody's looking forward to it. Sean Ferris here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, filling in for Kayal and Company until 10 a.m. Eastern, where the great Kathy Barnett will be taking the helm, taking control, and taking you further into this Labor Day, the first day of September. Unbelievable that we are already into September. Football season, NFL, is it starts this week, right? Is that Thursday night? I believe it starts this week. And then big NFL kickoff on Sunday. I just love this time of year. It's nice. We had college football all weekend long. I know that, I don't know if Nick Kayal is still dejected after Alabama's egg that they laid. You also got Texas and Arch Manning laying another egg. A lot of eggs being laid. All right, it's that time of the day. It is time for Fight Club, because as the great Jimmy Kelly says, fights equal ratings.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
We are going to knock you out.
Kayal and Company Fight Club is sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority, you. Visit tricounty.com.
All right, we've got a great fight for you today. This is one of my favorite additions to this show. I love coming on every Friday and seeing all of the fights. I get to see all of the fights, and one gets eliminated because the platforms decide that 4 is the only number of polls. But this is a good one. I've been teasing it for you all morning. So let's get ready. Let's get ready to roll this Battle Royale. Take a look. If you're listening on the radio, you got to go on to YouTube, youtube.com/1210. Pretty intense hammer fists being dropped there. So that is the Monday edition of Fight Club. I think that's going to wind up making the Final 4. I don't know. Jimmy, you think that's going to make?
You think it's going to make the Final 4?
I think so.
Looks like you have a setting for Rocky 7 over there. See, this is going to be Stallone's newest fight.
Walmart?
I gotta do this, there's people in Walmart, I gotta do this fight, This is gonna be the toughest fight I ever had to do, was when I did do people in Walmart, like the like last year when I fought the transgender guy, it's going to be different. You know what I mean? We're going to do what we got to do at Walmart.
My goodness. Well, I was thoroughly amused by that. By that one, the cashier being involved in that fight, I think is notable.
What do you think the top three are? Walmart, Carnival Cruise, or Spirit Airlines? What would you say is the number one out of all those three? If you had,
I'm going to say Walmart has to be, because there's just so many more fights that come out of a Walmart than that usually come off of like and they're intense too.
Yeah, and there's a lot of room in that store, and there's like a lot of potential for throwing things, serious things.
Candy sometimes, or like you said, serious things. I remember one time they picked up like the steel, like where those little security ropes are, and was swinging it.
Yeah.
You got shopping carts are in that equation too. You can ram people. I don't think we've seen somebody use the shopping cart as like a battering ram. So I don't know. I would like to see that soon. That would be pretty cool.
It's just unbelievable, the things that you see in a Walmart. It just boggles the mind.
And it's getting worse.
Yeah.
Right. I can tell you the problem. Maybe it isn't like in an optimistic world. Maybe the problem isn't getting worse, but it's definitely not getting better.
No, not at all. Not at all.
It's definitely, and this is why I call Carnival Cruise the Walmart of the seas. And this is why we call Spirit Airlines the Walmart of the skies, because as you mentioned, those are the top three sources of fights for Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You'll never run out of material out of a Walmart, Spirit Airlines, or a Carnival Cruise.
I couldn't believe the Carnival Cruise fight that broke out over chicken fingers. Right? I mean, that was just, it's a miracle somebody wasn't thrown overboard. Like someone didn't walk the plank. It's just crazy. It's just these. People should stop stop fighting with each other. It's just Walmart, guys. I've never gone to Walmart and be like, I want to beat the out of somebody.
I just want to go in there, get what I need to get, and just get out. I don't want
to get out. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Well, that's because you're a normal person, Jim.
Well, yeah.
Or somewhat normal, right?
As normal
Close.
as can be.
Right.
I work in radio, so I'm not that normal. So
yeah, so one guy, I was talking to somebody yesterday, and they were like, all MAGA supporters are morons, and I was like, I'd like to believe I'm not a moron. Although I'm probably a part-time moron. I'm a Jets fan, so there's something wrong with me. We know that. Oh, my gosh. All right, I'm going to wrap up the cut sheet with one more cut, then we'll take a quick break because I have to get to it. I had it last on my list, but I have to get to it because we just played Fight Club, and there's no better person when it comes to fighting than the great Scott Jennings, who fights with people on CNN. So let's wrap up the cut sheet with cut 23D. Scott Jennings dropping a fact equivalent of the people's elbow on the entire CNN panel, as he normally does. 23D.
As it relates specifically to the COVID vaccine, which has been a flashpoint lately, I do think there are legitimate questions about whether it should have been mandated, and they took away the emergency designation. I think only 23% of American adults said they got it last year. Only 13% of children were given it. So the American people had started to make a decision about that. A lot of Americans have questions about all of this because of what happened during COVID with some of these officials that we're hearing from now. They didn't cover themselves in glory and what they told the American people about the safety and efficacy of that particular vaccine. So the reason we're here is not because of Kennedy. The reason we're here is because the public health regime deserves to be turned inside out after COVID. I do think it's not inappropriate for the government to have, on a rolling basis, investigations of what we're doing, because sometimes we find out that what we're doing or what we told the American people turned out not to be true. So rolling investigations of vaccines and the advice we give the American people on this, on food, which is another big part of his agenda, he has a lot of popular support for that, truthfully.
The COVID vaccine debacle, I remember when it rolled out in 2021, and I had actually gotten COVID like right before they made the first big vaccine push, and I was like, that's it, baby, natural immunity, I'm all about it. I got 10 days off work paid, because they were doing that still, which was just great, it was awesome. But I remember when people were getting the vaccine and then getting sick, and I asked them, I was like, I'm not trying to like rub your nose in it, right? Or be like, I told you so. But like, wasn't the vaccine supposed to prevent that? And they were like, no. And I was like, well, then why did you get it? they're like, well, I wanted a less serious case. I was like, well, how do you know it gave you a less serious case? You know, I mean, you don't have any comorbidities. You're 25 years old. You're an athlete. You're probably not going to have a serious case anyway. You know, you got the COVID vaccine to avoid getting COVID. Don't lie. And you still got it. You still got COVID, right? Vaccines aren't supposed to prevent you from getting a serious case of a disease. They're supposed to prevent you from getting the disease. If the polio vaccine or the polio vaccine or the smallpox vaccine or any of these other vaccinations that have eradicated and kept at bay very dangerous viruses, whereas effective as the COVID vaccine, we'd all have polio, right? I mean, we'd all have some real bad problems right now. So, the public health infrastructure and community has certainly deserved all the criticism that it is taking. I agree with Scott Jennings, as I normally do, and I wish Bobby Kennedy the best of luck into these investigations into big pharma, vaccines, etc. All right, when we come back from this break, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Gavin Newsom, the real threat to democracy. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, usurping and overriding the will of the people once again. This is Sean Farish on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT until 10 a.m., where we hand it off to the great Kathy Barnett. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here, and this summer, Piazza Mazda brings you more to move you. More style, more thrills, and more savings. For a limited time, get 1.9% financing for 60 months on the award-winning Mazda CX-50. CX-50 Hybrid, CX-70, or CX-90. That's just 1.9% financing. Plus, available now, lease offers, and more. Don't wait. Discover how Mazda has more to move you today. Visit us at Piazza Mazda of Westchester, Piazza Mazda of Reading, or online at piazzamazda.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
And we're back. Welcome back to Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in until 10 a.m. where we'll hand this off to the great Kathy Barnett. Rocking and rolling here in this fourth and final hour, 9:23 on this first day of September. Can you believe it? It is September already. Labor Day. The final of the big 3 summer holidays. And, you know, we're heading right into fall. Heading right into fall. My favorite time of year. Good sleeping weather, good fire weather, sweater weather. Yeah, you got the pumpkin spice, you got the pumpkin beer, you got the Oktoberfest. I'm just telling you. Football season, NASCAR playoffs, if you're into that kind of thing. Baseball playoffs, if you're into that kind of thing. Elections, I'm into that. You've got one in Jersey coming up, right? Chettarelli and Mikey Sherrill. I'll tell you, they're suffering big time over there. because Mamdani in the New York City mayor's race is stealing a lot of the attention. Jersey, in order for, and I'm not saying that it's done, right? I mean, there's still an election. You still got to go out and vote. Anything can happen. But I was always of the thought that if Jack Ciattarelli or any Republican that was running for governor in Jersey, if they were going to win, they were going to make that race a national race. And I have heard next to nothing on the national level out of New Jersey regarding this race coming up. Next to nothing. Now, I get it. It's been the summer, so there's not a lot of stuff that comes out of these races, but we've heard a ton about Mamdani. And a casualty of the casualty of the Mamdani fiasco that's going on in New York City may be the New Jersey gubernatorial race. May very well be. Because, ever since Mamdani won that primary, what was that, in June? We've heard a lot coming out of New York City regarding him, and nothing coming out of New Jersey, which is a shame. Again, it's not to say that it's over already. It's not to say don't vote, not to say don't try. By all means, organize, continue to push. I know Scott Pressler's been very active in New Jersey, early vote action, etc. But I was always of the thought that if Jack Ciattarelli or any Republican candidate running for governor in New Jersey was going to win that race, it was going to have to be a national race. And thus far, it has not been a national race. So certainly fighting an uphill battle, but it can be done. It can be done if everybody participates. It can be done. That much is for sure. Speaking of elections, voting, and specifically election results, we'll go back to November of 2024 for a minute. In California, a ballot proposition known as Proposition 36, it passed in California in a landslide, 71% to 21%. That is an undeniable landslide. Passing by a margin of 50 percentage points. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, who is supposed to answer to and respect the will of the people, right, is right now holding Californians hostage by refusing to fully fund Proposition 36, which is a measure that passed in California, again, as we mentioned, by a landslide of 71% to 21%. They overwhelmingly voted to increase penalties for theft and drug trafficking. This is, by the way, this is what the proposition is supposed to crack down on. Theft and drug trafficking. Okay, this is not some ridiculous crackdown that, the governor is like, come on, you guys really voted for this? This is some serious stuff. Now, what is the line that we always hear from Democrats regarding Donald Trump, Republican voters, January 6th, questioning the results of the 2020 election, questioning the results of our voting process, now redistricting? What is that very popular three-word phrase, right, that we hear all the time out of the mouths of Democrats? Okay, Donald Trump and Republicans are a threat to democracy. How many times have we heard that? How many times have we heard that? I mean, more times than I can count. It's been hammered into the heads of so many people. Oh, you're insurrectionists. Donald Trump's a threat to democracy, and Republicans are a threat to democracy, and election deniers are a threat to democracy, and people who question results of elections are a threat to democracy. And Texas now with redistricting is a threat to democracy. Well, what is democracy? What is democracy? Democracy is defined as, from the Oxford Language Dictionary, a system of government by the whole population or all of the eligible members of a state, typically through elected representatives. That is a representative democracy. A direct democracy is everybody votes on everything, right? And the majority of the voters, right, whichever way the majority falls is which way the policy goes, or which way the decision making goes, right? Control of an organization or group by the majority of its members, right? So, the cliche is majority rules, right? Majority rules. So if the majority decides which way things go, that's where that is democracy. And we don't live in a direct democracy, which is inherently dangerous, because then, 50 plus 1% controls 49, 50 plus 1% controls 50 minus 1%. All right. So a very thin margin, but it can determine which way things go on a very small margin. Right. It can mean that one person can make a difference between, one way or the other. Ron Paul used to warn against direct democracy, and that's why the Electoral College is so important in our presidential elections. Because think about it. If we did a direct democracy, if we elected our president in a direct democracy, in other words, just the popular vote, a lot of people used to make the argument, well, we should just do the popular vote. The way more Americans vote for a candidate, that candidate should win. Yes, but the problem is the interests of the large population centers are far different than the interests of, those rural flyover country states where a lot of our farms are, where there's energy production, et cetera, et cetera. That goes, those people should have a voice too. And if we're just doing, our elections, or basing our presidential elections off the popular vote, we're ignoring those people. Because think about it, would anybody spend any time in Iowa? Would anybody spend any time in Nebraska? Would anybody spend any time in the Dakotas or in Kansas, or in some of those states in the middle of the country? No. Where would presidential candidates spend all of their time? They would spend all of their time on the coasts, right? Portland, Seattle, Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, Boston, New Jersey, some spots in Florida, Atlanta, Georgia, places. Then, of course, in the middle, those big cities in the middle, Chicago, places like Minneapolis, St. Paul. They would go only into the big cities because that's where the best bang for their buck would be, right? They're going to just focus on pandering and winning the large population centers, because then they have a better chance at winning the popular vote. They don't need to worry about what our farmers think. They don't need to worry about rural ranchers in places like Utah or Arizona or Montana or Idaho or Iowa or Nebraska or Oklahoma or Kansas or places like that. The Electoral College system, while it's not perfect, gives those people a voice, right? Because in order to hit that 270 electoral vote mark, you've got to build a coalition of, those larger population center states, places like New York and Texas and California and Georgia and Pennsylvania, etc. But you also have to win some of those flyover states. Some of those states like Iowa, some of those states like Tennessee, some of those states like Kansas, some of those states like Oklahoma, right? So we don't have a direct democracy in the United States, and that's good because it preserves the influence and the voice of more people. But my point about this whole thing with democracy is the Democrats and Gavin Newsom and mainstream Democrats love to throw around the term threat to democracy. Well, if in a democracy the majority of the people, the voters, determine what passes and what fails, not the representatives. The representatives are supposed to listen to the people, listen to what the majority of their people are saying, and follow those demands, right? Follow what the majority says. They're not supposed to usurp the people, right? That is a threat to democracy. Proposition 30, that's an attack, actually, on democracy. Proposition 36 in California passed by 50 percentage points. This wasn't close. 50 percentage points, 71% to 21%. California voters overwhelmingly voted to increase penalties for theft and drug trafficking, again, serious crimes, after a record number of brick and mortar retailers closed down due to smash and grab robberies. What happens when these brick and mortar retailers, whether they're part of a corporate chain or they're small businesses, what happens when they close down and leave? It's not just that your favorite store where you buy your shoes is no longer there. You can go ahead and buy your shoes online, right? You don't have to go into a Foot Locker or a Skechers or a whatever, wherever you buy your shoes. You don't have to go into one of those stores to get your shoes. You may like doing that, but you could always, your shoe size. You can go online. You can order it. It can be delivered at your door in a couple of days. You don't need those stores. Who does? The people who are working in those locations are now out of a job because of soft on crime and in many cases pro-crime policies. The only reason a lot of people even live in these crime-infested areas is because there are a plethora of jobs available in or around those locations. New York City there's a lot of jobs available in New York City, a lot of office spaces, a lot of businesses, a lot of job and employment opportunities in and around New York City. But if those businesses, if those brick and mortar retailers, if those offices, if those businesses that are there decide to leave because it's too dangerous for their employees, because they're taking too many losses, because they're losing too much inventory to theft, and they close down those retailers, those brick and mortar locations, and they leave the city, that means those jobs are also leaving the city, which gives less people the incentive to live in or near the city. So I have been explaining this process on my 10 a.m. show on LFA TV. I've been explaining this for the last couple of years. When you have crime that takes over a city, let's say like a New York City, like a Philadelphia, like a Los Angeles, right, like a Chicago, and you have all of these retailers and these businesses that exist in those cities, and they decide it's not worth it to stay here in Seattle. It's not worth it to stay here in Portland. It's not worth it to stay here in Chicago. It's not worth it to stay here in Detroit. And they pack up. When those businesses leave, the jobs leave. When the jobs leave, the people leave. When the people leave, the money leaves. What money? City taxes, local taxes, business taxes. If businesses are leaving, that's less business tax revenue that's going to be collected. Now there's less money flowing into businesses that are being taxed in those cities. When the money leaves, the city falls. That's it. It's gone. In California, the voters of California voted overwhelmingly 71% to 21% to increase penalties for theft and drug trafficking because a record number of brick and mortar retailers had to close due to smash and grab robberies. And yet you have the governor, Gavin Newsom, who says, these penalties are too harsh, and is now scaling back funding because of his personal feelings regarding punishing violent crime. Per the Los Angeles Public Press, Proposition 47, quote, scaled back punishments for certain nonviolent offenses for drugs and theft, which were reclassified from felonies to misdemeanors. Under Proposition 36, penalties will be increased and sentences will be lengthened for drug possession and for theft of items valued at less than $950, which is still a very soft on crime policy. Newsom has only approved $100 million for Proposition 36, far below the $400 million needed to fully pay for the new law. He is funding it at 25%, completely usurping and undermining and ignoring the overwhelming will of his constituents. Again, his constituents statewide voted in favor of Proposition 36 by a 50 percentage point margin, 71% to 21%. And Gavin Newsom is saying, oh yeah, you wanted to vote for this? No, we're only going to fund it at 25%. We're only going to give you 25% of the funding because one man, one person, Gavin Newsom, I think this is too harsh on the criminals. If that is not an assault on democracy, I don't know what is. And this is not the first time he's done this. Their whole push for redistricting is also unpopular statewide. 61% of voters in California do not want to get rid of the Independent Redistricting Commission and do not want to let lawmakers and legislators draw the maps unilaterally without any sort of oversight. Yet Gavin Newsom, that's exactly what he's doing. It seems to be a trend there in California. That what the people want, if Newsom doesn't agree with what the people want, he's just going to ignore them regardless. Who's the real tyrant? Who's the real threat to democracy? Who's the real authoritarian? Who's the real dictator here? It ain't Donald Trump, who is governing with a mandate that the people gave him in the November 2024 election, because Gavin Newsom was given a mandate also. Gavin Newsom was given an overwhelming mandate to fund Proposition 36, to crack down on theft, to crack down on drug trafficking, to crack down on crime that is forcing businesses and jobs to leave his state. He was given that mandate, an overwhelming mandate from the people of California by a 50% margin, and now he's deciding, no, we're only going to fund this at 25%. We're only giving you $100 million of the $400 million necessary to put Proposition 36, that drug and theft crackdown proposition, into law. We're only going to fund it at 25%, so it's basically non-existent. Gavin Newsom is just going to unilaterally make that decision and undermine the will of his people? How do you think he's going to be if he's the president of the United States? There is no greater, quote-unquote, threat to democracy, assault on democracy, attack on democracy than what Gavin Newsom has done in California his entire time as governor of that state. There is no greater example. The Democrats and the radical left will never pass their own tests. They want to talk about race. You've got people carrying racist signs in Virginia, directed at Winsome Sears. They want to talk about attacks on democracy. Look at what Gavin Newsom has done and how he keeps ignoring the will of his people. They want to talk about having secure and fair elections and then letting everybody and their mother vote. They want to talk about mental health and guns, etc. Meanwhile, one of the most prevalent mental health conditions in this country, the whole transgender thing, isn't classified. Gender dysphoria, that should be disqualified. You want to do gun control? That should be disqualifying. If we're doing, people who have are suffering from mental illness can't have a gun. They never pass their own tests. When we come back, we will wrap up this morning and we will hand this bad boy off to the great Kathy Barnett. Don't go anywhere. We've got This Day in Music History with the great Phil Almquist in a little while. In a few minutes, when we come back, this is Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll be right back after this, wrapping up this morning and handing it off to the great Kathy Barnett.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back, 9:46 a.m. here on the great Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish wrapping up this 4-hour Labor Day edition of Kayal and Company. As we've been with you since 6 a.m. Feels like it goes by in like a flash, but it has been almost 4 hours now that we've been on this morning. We got this day in music history coming up in just a few minutes. We're chatting about Gavin Newsom usurping the will of the people. Real quick, I do want to address this because this was big news yesterday. Rudy Giuliani was involved in what looks to be a pretty horrific car accident in New Hampshire. Not good. New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani was seriously injured in a car accident in New Hampshire and is being treated for a fractured vertebrae and multiple cuts. A spokesperson said the incident happened after Rudy Giuliani stopped to help a woman who was a victim of domestic violence. Of course. You know, they call him America's mayor for that reason. And look, has he had his share of appearances that maybe hadn't gone well the whole after 2020 election, and people ragged on him for it, and fought for getting answers in the 2020 election. I mean, you want to say the whole thing with the hair dye that was leaking down his face, was that not a good look? Sure, it wasn't a great look, but that doesn't change the fact that he's a good person, right? Quote, Mayor Giuliani was flagged down by a woman who was a victim of domestic violence prior to the accident. He rendered assistance and contacted 911, remaining on scene until responding officers arrived to ensure her safety. The crash occurred shortly after Giuliani re-entered his vehicle, which was struck from behind at high speed, according to the statement. Doctors expect Mayor Giuliani to remain at a Manchester area hospital for another 2 to 3 days before being released. He will be required to wear a brace while recovering from the fractured vertebrae. His business partner, Maria Ryan, a nurse who has been assisting with his medical care, said he is undergoing additional evaluations. He's getting further tests and stabilization of his injuries. The full statement reads, on the evening of August 30th, 2025 in New Hampshire, Mayor Giuliani was involved in a motor vehicle accident. Prior to the incident, he was flagged down by a woman who was the victim of a domestic violence incident. Mayor Giuliani immediately rendered assistance and contacted 911. He remained on scene until responding officers arrived to ensure the woman's safety. Following this, while traveling on the highway, Giuliani's vehicle was struck from behind at high speed. He was transported to a nearby trauma center where he was diagnosed with a fractured thoracic vertebrae, multiple lacerations and contusions, as well as injuries to his left arm and lower leg. You know, the whole thing here is that he didn't have to stop to help that woman. But he did stop to help her because he's a good guy. And New York would be lucky, New York City would be lucky if they ever again wind up with a mayor as effective and as caring as Rudy Giuliani. You know, Rudy did broken windows policing. He put that into effect. And that cleaned up New York City. And it did so very quickly. And it actually made it one of the safest cities in the world for a while when it comes to the, violent crime per capita and murder per capita, because the person who jumped the turnstile to access the subway was arrested when they jumped the turnstile. They didn't wait for that guy to get on the subway and rape somebody and then pull him off the subway after it happened. They were able to stop it before it happened. It's too harsh, though. That type of thing is too harsh, according to Gavin Newsom. Unbelievable. All right. We are at 9:51. I think it's that time for the great Phil Almquist, right? Where is he? Where's our boy Phil?
It's always time.
It's always time. It is time for This Day in Music History with the great Phil Almquist. Take it away.
On this day in music history on Kayal Company.
Today, September 1st, we celebrate the birthday of Barry Gibb, who's 79. We also lost Jimmy Buffett on this day in 2023. Include All We Are by Warlock in 87 and Wildest Dreams by Iron Maiden in 2003. Albums include Farewell to Kings by Rush in 77, Strong Arm of the Law by Saxon in 80, Undercover by Motorhead in 2017, Pieces of 8 by Styx in 78, and Weekend Warriors by Ted Nugent also in 78. In addition, in 2022, Metallica's Enter Sandman topped a list of songs with misheard lyrics. In 2011, Billy Joe Armstrong from Green Day was thrown off a Southwest flight because his pants were worn too low. In 77, Blondie signed their first major record company contract with Chrysalis Records. And in 2010, Kurt Smith from Tears for Fears made his first appearance on the TV show Psych. But lastly, on this day in 88, the Rock and Roll Cuisine Cookbook is published with 95 recipes, including Weird Al's Peanut Butter and Jelly. And by the way, Saturday Night listeners are my favorite listeners, no matter what Greg ever says on this station. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Wow, so Jimmy Buffett's been gone for 2 years, Phil?
Isn't that crazy?
I feel like that happened like last week. I was actually, for some reason, I was thinking about that.
Although the Coral Reefer Band actually toured, I forget with who, but they toured this summer. Obviously without Jimmy because Jimmy's gone. But yeah, they were on tour this year.
Wow, so that's been 2 years. So it was September 1st, 2023.
Yep.
I don't know why I thought it was sooner than that. I mean, it's
time goes by quick and quicker.
So
as you get older.
Are we adding the
Democrats?
Are we going to make the addition of the Democrats next year?
I think I might have to.
You're going to have to, yeah. Because I'm going to be watching.
I'm going to make note of it right now as soon as I get back to my desk.
Yes, because it has to go. The Democrats started singing about going down to the rich man's house and taking back what they stole.
And then the fascism
take it back,
all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
That's right. There you go. All right, Phil. Always good. How was the Oasis concert, by the way?
It was tremendous, and even better, I got 2.5 hours sleep as opposed to the 2 I got after Nine Inch Nails. So I'm good.
Oh, not bad. So an extra, an extra half hour.
An extra half hour. That was good.
That's not bad. Oasis. I had no idea they were still touring. That's great.
Well, they hadn't toured in 15 years. They just got back together, and this is the third show in the States in like 15 years. So it was good.
Were they good? It was a good show.
And Cage the Elephant was fantastic to open up, and I love both of them. So it was good. It was
a
really good show.
Very good. All right, we have the great Kathy Barnett on deck, right? Is Kathy here right now? Is she ready to rock and roll?
What's up, my friend? How are you?
There she is, the great Kathy Barnett. What's going on? We're handing it off. It's always good to know we're handing it off to somebody who's going to do a phenomenal job.
Oh, my goodness. Let me tell you, at 11 o'clock hour, I have the most controversial woman on social media, Valentina Gomez.
Oh, my goodness. No, you don't.
Know, yes, I do. Yes, I
Didn't
do.
she just burn a Quran?
Yes, she did. Like,
Yes,
what?
she did.
What was that about? So, yes, she is by far even over Laura Loomer right now. She's one of the most controversial figures. But, I mean, she got over, like, I don't know, over 10 million views on that. She's been a little bit of everywhere across mainstream media. So I want to talk about it. What is that all about? And then also we have, I'm going to be talking about a lot of different things. I'm looking at this, the young man who committed suicide with what appears to be the assistance of ChatGPT, giving him all sorts of details. But I'm looking at my ChatGPT history right now, and I can't tell you that. I mean, they won't even tell me what Robin Westman's mom's name is, saying they can't share personal details.
Right.
So they can't talk about anything transgender or Islam related, but telling a 16-year-old step-by-step instructions on how to commit suicide, yeah.
Yeah. We played that on the cut sheet this morning, and, you know, it mentioned, to keep secrets from mom and don't tell mom you're struggling with this. And I mean, that's not what it's. I love using AI as a resource, right? A research tool. I'll ask it for statutory language and, you know, different legal precedents. I've learned a lot using it that way. But the fact that it even can function the way it functioned in that case of that 16-year-old boy who was a normal boy, never really had an issue, maybe struggled with anxiety as most kids do, most people do these days. But the fact that it assisted him is tragic, and someone's got to be held accountable for that.
It breaks my heart. I have a 19-year-old. I have a 16-year-old myself, and parenting is very challenging. I remember when I was a kid, it wasn't like this. The things my children are thinking about, contending with, what is in front of them, I never had to deal with those things when I was a child. And so it has made parenting so much more exhausting and all-consuming, and very nervous about your children and how they're going to fare. So to now have ChatGPT in the palm of their hand, it's very alarming.
Yeah, very alarming, very scary, and indicative of really where society's going with the over-reliance on tech and AI. Got to be able to, there's got to be something we can do for that. Always fun to share the airwaves with you, Kathy. Good luck. Have a great show. Have a great interview with Valentina Gomez, and to everybody watching and listening. Appreciate you hanging with us this morning. I guess I'm going to be back for a Fairish Friday on Friday morning with Kayal and company. And everybody stick around. Listen to the great Kathy Barnett. Have a great Labor Day. We'll catch you next time.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers